Good day, good day. Let's turn that down. Hello, we're here. I've made it. Somehow. Am I showing the right screen? I don't know anymore. What is life? What is the days? That is where my brain is at right now. Let's move that over there. Let's close this so that I don't leak anything. Hello, hello. How are we doing? How is everyone's Emik fusion going? Yes, we did have the news report music. I thought it was kind of cool. In my quest to expand our horizons with music, we have a new playlist. What do you want? Ah, you've already had treats. You're not getting any more. Go lay down. Cats, honestly. You've had treats. You're not getting any more. Cats, honestly. Oh, well, what are we doing today then? So today we need to look at Artak because I need to run Ice Golem. That's the plan. We're going to be running Ice Golem. Testing a few things out. The music is a bit loud still. Let's turn that down a bit. Turn these off. Turn this. Put the phone onto D&D. Get myself sorted. This might be a mind trick or something that you always like. Well, look. We're testing the mobile optimizer, okay? So my brain has been trying to make sure that our internal testers are able to get that working. So that's where my brain has been focused. Hence why I'm a little bit late, because I was focusing on trying to make sure that was sorted. Okay, we're going to lie down. There you go. Yeah, chat was acting weird there for a second. It was like stuck. 8 months of being a new member. I know. We are going to sort those member badges out. I keep saying it. I haven't forgotten it, and it will happen. Trust me. I will get it done. Once I actually recharge my brain into something that isn't coding. Yeah, when Emik comes out, I haven't had a chance to even think about Emik, because if I go down the rabbit hole of trying to find an Emik speed tune, it's going to blow my brain. So I haven't got the brain capacity to think of different Emik tunes at the moment. We are literally just we're trying to find some sense of reality in life. 9 months. Oh, look at you all. You OGs, you. Thank you so much both for continuing to be a member of the HH Minions. I really appreciate it, as always. Seeing as you are looking at Artak and testing him, would you be happy or sad to get a dupe Artak from one? But I don't think there's necessarily a use for a duplicate Artak, but there are certainly worse legendary champions that you can have duplicates of, right? If you have two Artaks, it's basically like having like a Theodore, right? Because essentially you can have another extender with decreased attack, so one can burn, the other one can extend. So it's like they're not bad together. Like, it's certainly more valuable than, say, a Kyoku, right? All the minions coming in. Jessica with a 7 months. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. I haven't actually awakened him yet, Tammy B. What we want to do is I want to basically run it with him not at 5-star, and then I want to run it with him at 5-star. So I've held it all back. That's why I haven't done any Ice Golem yet. I've held it all back because I want to actually see the performance and then compare it for us on stream, so we can see whether or not it's basically to determine, was it worth all that extra investment to go and get that 5-star? Because if basically we have the same outcome, then what was it worth, you know? How's the fun 480? I haven't done Ice Golem yet. On my free to play, we're about halfway through, so it's going well, I guess. In what language do you code? The site's in Angular, so Angular, C#, paired with a bit of TypeScript, you know, JavaScript front end, all part of the fun. It's in a team. It's a Seer-led team. I'll show you the team. Don't worry, we'll go through now. Just do the faction ones first. We have got a coffee. That's the kind of week it has been. The fortnight, really, it's been. It has been a coffee fortnight. Hey, Turgle. Yeah, that's the thing, Carl, isn't it? It's like, I wasn't really, like, fully convinced that a 5-star soul was worth it. The only reason why I did it in the end is because I pulled a bunch of souls and I just got fed up of waiting. And then I was like, well, I might as well go and push for the 5-star because the chances are I'll not get another 5-star, right? The way to look at it is, out of that hero's path, we pulled all those souls and we got a 5-star legendary soul. That's like the best you could ever hope for when you pull for souls. Hey, Squelliot. Utrans, Supsaf. What's the reason for farming 20 instead of 21? They're about the same in terms of glyph. Like, the glyph rewards are the same. And I don't really need the forge materials. I've got like 10,000 of both. So what I tend to find is 20 is faster. So it's time. Because I don't have to deal with boss mechanics. And like some of the boss waves have like the triple Valkyrie waves. So I just can't auto it. So I just tend to run 20 because all I care about is the glyphs. And there's no difference in odds between 20 and 21 for glyphs. They're the same chance, right? So I don't really need the other materials. I'm capped out on both. So only a fortnight of coffee. Oh, no, it's more the fact I'm having a coffee at 9 o'clock at night. That's how bad it's been. Well, so, yeah, sort of God is Odd. I engage with the back end stuff, but I'm not the origin of all the back end code. That's more of the other two in their team, right? To teach and Winston Wolf, right? They're the primary back end developers, and I kind of say I want to do this. Can I? If I do this, will it break anything? And then I interact with it and I learn a little bit that way. But all the front end stuff is pretty much done by me these days, beyond like services and different components being made available and making sure that the website's configured. But the actual front end design, you know, and the responsiveness is what I do mostly, which is a pain. Anyone who's ever done front end coding design understands the stress and pressure of trying to make sure that this little button looks exactly like how you want it to work on a mobile, on a tablet, on an iPad, on an iMac, on a small screen, on a big screen, on a medium-sized screen, in portrait, in landscape, in some other perspective that someone else has done. It's an absolute pain. Because, you know, it was great when Apple came along and decided to make their display resolutions with like double dynamic, so it made it even worse. Because now it's like twice the display resolution, so it doesn't really align in the same way as other devices of the same screen size. It's fun. Yeah, it's exactly you, Trans. Time is the biggest commodity of my life. So for me, I'd rather spend less time doing something than more, which is why I do 20, not 21. So put the kettle on, lad. Yeah. Well, technically, it's a kettle that came from a very expensive coffee chain. So I was basically in the mood for some cinnamon, and I didn't have cinnamon syrup in the house, so I basically went for a cinnamon latte. Yeah. I wanted to get that video out earlier, but I kind of waffled too long in the video today. I thought I was only going to do a 15-minute video. Turns out it was like a 30-minute video. So I made the fatal mistake, though. I judged that my free-to-play couldn't do it before I actually looked. You know, I say this all the time to people. Don't disqualify yourself from a fusion before you even get started, right? Don't look at it and go, there's no way I'm going to be able to do it. And then you get along and it's like, you could have done it. And I kind of did like that fatal mistake. Oh, look at this. Yes. Look at this. Our weekly resets in. Spend all of them. We might need to get some gold bars, though, for that chase. So we might have to do some wins here. We might need that sacred. Did I ever end up doing the Whisper Misrider Dythy team? I haven't yet, but we might have a look at it when we get more time to do the... oh, what's the word? When we actually get Emik, and we're going to try it, right? We might get some more time to do it, so... You think they're going to change any of the champs you mentioned for Hydro Clash? God, no. Turgle, the hint you got was guess which champions were in the times 10 just before Hydro Clash. That gives you enough hint. So... Do not summon the War Maiden guy, Ponka City, okay? It's taken us a lot of effort to get rid of that War Maiden person. I've made it my personal mission to prove you wrong about Sulfurion, so you're aware. I will make you see. No reason but something. maybe I'm being a bit harsh on Sulfurion. You know, where it comes from, Gort, is I look at a champion like this, right? And I go, this champion makes every single boss not able to place debuffs, pretty much. Makes every single hero not be able to do anything. Resets everyone's cooldowns all the time. Like, and then I look at basically this champion. What was it? No. It's the Lizardman. And I go, cool, he places burn. And I'm like, all right. You know, the days of an activator being like super rare is kind of out the window. So basically, the reason why I call him a glorified Mordecai is he doesn't do much more than a Mordecai. All he does with a Mordecai is gives you a shield with an activator and a bit of healing, right? But Mordecai does exactly the same thing. So I'm comparing an epic champion who basically does turn meter fill, does an AoE burn, does increase attack, has an aura, and I'm comparing it to a Void legendary champion who basically does exactly the same thing. Instead, he just activates a burn and heals you for a little bit, right? And I'm just looking at him like, it feels like for him to be Void legendary, he needs more, right? It's the same problem I have with, like, Kleidner, right? For this to be a Void legendary, it needs to be more than just a glorified Sand Devil champion that doesn't work. And what the biggest problem I have with it all is it waters down the pool of champions, and then basically it means that it's much harder to get the game changers, which is Yumiko and Warlords and the Taras and the Marichka. Like, how can you compare Sulfurion with something like this, right? Fully restores all destroyed HP, then heals all the allies by 40%, then you get a shield, then you get a strengthen, that's 20% of this champion's heal, then you basically get a full cleanse, a full turn meter fill, and a fill for each ally for each debuff removed, and you get a permanent increase to your resistance, and you get an extra turn if you remove 5 or more debuffs, and you get a block damage, and you can, like, do you see what I mean? Like, you're comparing a champion that basically does an AoE HP burn with an activator against other champions, and it's not that he's a bad champion, I just don't think he qualifies as a Void legendary, and what ends up happening is you just make lots and lots of champions I don't really want. So, you know, it's not that I think he's a bad champion, and I want to qualify that straight away, because I think some people probably saw my responses calling him a glorified, you know, Mordecai and saying he's not a bad champion, he's a very good champion, and I'd imagine he's very efficient in Hydra. I'd imagine he's very good for certain areas like Ice Golem, right? I'd imagine he's very good. I just think for a Void legendary, he needed more, right? This revive is cool, but there's plenty of champions to revive now. So, this dungeon dive is a bit of a joke, Trance. You're correct, yeah. I'm very far ahead, not because I haven't done Ice Golem yet. But you basically have to, on average, with the dungeon divers, do around about 380 dungeon runs. At stage 20, it's a lot. You know, it's a lot. Hey, Saf, it's counter 6. Can put damage. Counter 6 damage is okay. It's not crazy. It's okay. It's okay. Don't you always buy the sacred? Not always, Tammy. Only when I need it. Saf, I remember you doing that shard marathon stream like 2 weeks ago before Emik was announced. Am I insane? A lot's happened in 2 weeks. I may have done, Jessica. You could be correct. Yeah, you could be correct. So, hey, Saf, I'm working on a Hydra team for normal, so my stronger team can move on. Considering building a Rian Akoth Artak combo with Husk. Okay, and Seeker. Not sure I have the basics covered. So Seeker's your provoke. Rian's your block buffs. Although not great. Akoth is your burner. Artak is decreased attack. Yeah, it's pretty good. What I would suggest you need, Socrates, is some form of turn meter boost, right? You need to get your team going. So, I wouldn't agree with that statement last FFW. Like, that basically suggests that you wouldn't use Armiger. I use Armiger for various different things. Like, Armiger's is probably now like the 4th or the 3rd best enemy max HP champion in the game. So, Saf, what do you think about Supreme Gaelic? I think he's okay. I think he's very good in Hydra. Outside of Hydra, I think he's pretty average. I don't really think he has much place. So, if the only way to qualify to be a Void Legendary is good as... No. I'm not saying every champion has to be Marichka. What I'm saying is, avoid legendary. If you're going to basically make it harder for me to get a Marichka, make sure the other champions are at least going to make a difference to my account. Like, the Sulfurian guy is not going to do anything more than what my Sakia is going to do that isn't avoid legendary, you know? She places a burn, she activates it, she heals a little bit, she places decreased defense and weaken, she extends those, like, he's not going to do much more. He's just a supportive Sakia. And I'm like, or Sisia, or however you say your name. So it is difficult to balance champions. So you know, I probably am, like, as I said, I'm probably being a little bit egregiously hard. I know he's got a revive, but so here's my thing, right? This is what I'm looking at, and it's probably the way that I'm approaching it. Okay, I'm approaching him like he's good for Hydra, because outside of Hydra, you need multi-hit activators to be good in Sand Devil. AoE activators are good in Ice Golem, so he's probably a good Ice Golem champion as well. But outside of that, HP burn is not as that valuable, right? Not when you've got Gnut in the game now, right? Gnut pretty much destroys any need for HP burner in boss content because it's so dominant. So I'm looking at it from that perspective and going, okay, in Hydra, I never actually look at a revive. If I have to revive in Hydra, my team is not good. That's the way I look at Hydra. That's a personal objective, right? I look at it and go, if I'm having to depend or need a revive, then I need to rebuild my team so I don't need to revive. Because the revival is always going to put me in an awkward position, because I might not get that champion back when I need to. Various different things, right? So in my head, when I'm looking at it and I'm going, okay, well, the revive is there. It's cool. It's awesome. But, you know, some people said, like, oh, have you seen Nutbraids destroy Stone Skin shields? It's like, yeah, but once the shield is gone, what does he do in Arena? He's a reviver. All right. But that's all he is. He's a reviver. Because the HP burn is not going to give you much of a shield when you start attacking non-boss content. Yeah, you can use him in Spider. But again, what I'm saying is, like, I suppose because I have the other activators, it's difficult for me to see a value. I'm looking at it from a perspective of, does he do more than an Artak does? And I would say no, because he doesn't have the decreased attack. That's why Artak is the best champion for Ice Golem Hard, is because he has the decreased attack as well as the AoE activator, right? It's the two combo that makes him really, really good. Otherwise, you could use Theodore or Sakia or any other champion, right? What makes Artak especially good for Ice Golem Hard is he does decrease attack. So I'm looking at him against an Artak. What does he bring? So he's basically bringing a bit of turn meter control, a bit of healing, and a bit of shielding. And I'm like, it's not game-changing enough, right? He doesn't out-turn meter booster a Nekmothar, right? So you can't just go, I'll bring a Nekmothar for him. So, I don't know. I feel like he needed more. That's all I feel like. I feel like he just needed more, so that's... As I said, I'm not trying to make it sound like he's a terrible champion. He's absolutely a great champion. He's a solid champion, and I'm sure if I got him, I would definitely build him out and test him, right? It's not that he's a bad champion. I just think for him to qualify as a Void Legendary, he falls into the camp of, well, if you've already got a burn activator, why do you need him? Right? Because this is not, like, amazing. Like, it's an AoE turn meter boost by 10% on A1. Okay, it's good. This is a... You know, this passive is basically empowering his A2. So, if he places in Hydra, you get a 20% turn meter fill. Solid. 20% shield. Solid. 20% heal. Solid. But then you kind of, like... His kit is weird, because essentially you A2, and then you sit around for, like, 3 turns. And then you go back to the A2 and you can do stuff. This one, you're just like kind of sitting around. I don't know. Maybe it's one of those champions that when I get my hands on him, I see how maybe he's OP and I'm just being a little bit too analytical. Because you can overanalyze a champion to the extent that you make him sound really poor and maybe you just like need to put him in a battle and test him out, right? You know, I'm sitting there thinking, well, actually, I'm more interested to try this dude out in certain places because I actually think this passive is really strong. In the right area, in the right context. This champion interests me more than Sulfurian because it's more interesting and diverse and unique kit that I'd want to play with. I'd be more interested to look at how Jag worked than I would Sulfurian. So it's not guaranteed that it's going to go to a 2-turn cooldown. It's pretty good, but it's not guaranteed. Does the fusion qualify as a void? Well, I think I've been pretty solid with my assessment. I think I've nailed the Emik Trunkheart quite accurately, in the sense that I think he's going to be one of those champions that if you don't need a clan boss team and you're not interested in arena, I don't think he's that much of an importance. But I think, like, for my free to play, he's massively valuable because I don't have an unkillable. So if you don't have an unkillable, it's like pulling the best champion in the game. Yes, there's some intricacies around this, but you can you can just turn off this extension, just turn this off completely, just run him as a standard unkillable with a secondary unkillable champion like a Warcaster or something like that, and he gives you an Ultra Nightmare Clan Boss team, right? So from that perspective, he's really, really strong. The only other perspective I think he's really strong is if you can somehow force this taunt to be protected, then this could be really frustrating. This could be really frustrating, right? If you can force this taunt to stay on this champion, this can be frustrating for people because they have to attack him. As long as you can keep him alive, then it becomes quite annoying, right? So I think that's the only other use. If you don't have, if you don't give a wet noodle about like arena and you don't really care about clan boss, then you could skip it. But as Jessica's pointing out, skipping a void legendary, you might need it someday in the future. He has got a unique kit. There's no champion in the game that can give you unkillable with a skill reduction. So he is unique. So yeah, the problem with Jag, and I mentioned this in the video, the problem with Jag, and I'm not looking at him as a damage dealer per se, I'm looking at him as a debuffer as well. He's got this problem where if he doesn't get debuffs, he's kind of weak, right? They do this a lot sometimes with conditional based champions where they over-index into his fantasy, if you want to call it like that. I've been watching too many Diablo 4 campfire chats. They've indexed so much into this concept that he's going to send debuffs back and then he's going to spread them and then he's going to do more damage, but like, they forgot the concept, well, what happens if he doesn't have any debuffs? What do we do then? Because if we can't transfer debuffs, we can't get bonus damage. And then if there's no debuffs on the target, then we can't spread debuffs. If we can't spread debuffs, then we don't do any damage, right? Because we scaled this damage back probably because it multiplied too strong. Because we made these multipliers too strong. So without debuffs, probably doesn't do enough damage. With debuffs, it's probably solid, but can you always guarantee that you're going to get debuffs? It's the same problem with Alternate the Shell, right? This dude has exactly the same problem. It's like, oh, this looks great. You remove all the debuffs and you heal by 20% for each debuff. That's huge. If you clear 4 debuffs, you get a 40, like an 80% heal. And then you get a shield value equal to any surplus healing. And then you increase your damage. It's awesome, right? It sounds really... Problem is, what happens if you have no debuffs? Well, you don't get a heal. Well, if you don't get a heal, you don't get a shield. And you don't, so basically he just attacks one enemy. And he just doesn't do anything. Because they needed to put like a base in here. It almost needs to be removes all debuffs from this champion, then heals this champion by 10% of their max HP, heals him by a further 20% for every debuff removed, then places a shield for any surplus healing, then attacks one enemy, will deal bonus damage based on 20%. By just giving him that 10% bonus heal, gives you at least a shield, helps keep him alive. That's just what I find with them. What they tend to do with these champions, they just over-index into their model, and then forget that actually you need to make those conditions viable. And if there's not that many conditions which make that viable, it creates a bit of a problem. So, do I have Foley? I do, but I don't have him built. So, you can't say you'll never use Emik. You don't have him. You can say you may never. Yeah, I mean, there's probably some use. I'm fairly certain there is a clan boss team out there that can fully make use of his kit. We just have to find it. He's very awkward. Yeah, because what are we talking about M90 for? Are we talking about Jag? Or are we talking about Altan? Because they're both the same problem. If you get enough debuffs and you transfer them, very strong, right? In Hydra, if you get those 4 poisons and you transfer them back across and you can place them on the right target, then you can do a lot of damage. The problem is most of the Hydra heads are immune to poison, which doesn't really help. So, Jag, yeah, I mean, you basically got to get the right setup for him. But what I actually think Jag is very valuable for is this passive here. Because the majority of bosses in content basically is 15% crit rate, right? Majority of bosses. So being able to always, at the end of every single turn, stop a boss from critting, it's actually really powerful. It's more valuable in the sort of pre-late game stage. When you get to the point where you don't really care about the boss damage, it's a bit different. But certainly in like a lot of progression senses, he's actually a very, very strong champion. It's just, as with most champions, there is like this concept of, you know, not every champion is designed for every state of the game, right? Not every champion is going to be a Taras. But likewise, not every champion is bad because they're not Taras. It's just identifying, does a champion do something really well? And if they do, go from there, you know? I've done all the challenges, yeah. Pulled the Manis today, so very easy, unkillable, nice. Right then, let's have a look at this. So this is the team that we run. Braga's basically just there for his passive. I've just chucked a bit of defense on him because I did have Theodore, but I just noticed I was proccing the passive way too much. So I took a champion out and added 10-15 seconds to make sure that I didn't lose often. Seer is just basically a monster. She's just going to one-shot everything. And then Artak here now has got Soul Reap at 1 star, right? So Soul Reap at 1 star is like 4%. Now I'm going to keep Soul Reap. I want to see how much time we can save by having a 5 star. And will it kill the allies too quickly, which means we actually do less damage, right? Because the allies lose maximum HP and various different things, is it going to mean that actually we proc Soul Reap at an uneven state? That we've procced it on the allies, but not enough on the boss, which means that we haven't killed the boss. That's kind of what I want to see. So, aren't most bosses immune to reduced crit rate? No, most of them are not actually, Paolo. Most of them actually are fine for decreased crit rate and crit damage. Most of them are fine. No, there's no order here. It doesn't matter. That was the only thing that needs to happen is at the start of the round, this champion needs to be alive. So as long as he's alive when we enter the boss phase, we get the passive. If he dies before the boss phase, we don't get the passive. So it is a 3-turn cooldown, yeah. But basically, we want the Soul Reap to basically save us like 20-25 seconds. That's the ideal thing. The other big thing about having a 5 star, which I think is more valuable, to be honest. Let me just turn this music down a little bit. It's a bit loud in my ears. There we go. That's muted. That's too loud. But that's muted. There we go. The big thing about the bonus 5 star isn't actually necessarily the blessing, but the awakening passive, right? Because actually what we're going to do is save ourselves a substantial amount. We're basically going to get 40% damage reduction. That's a lot of damage reduction. It's crazy amounts. So it might mean Oella pretty much can take a passive whack, right? Oella has at times stayed alive, and we've been watching her try to kill the boss with like 10 HP. So if he can stay alive from a smack, we might be able to completely make it 100%. So yeah, so Iron Braga's passive needs to be... So Iron Braga needs to be alive at the start of the round. When he's alive at the start of the round, he applies the bonus of his passive to all allies. If he then dies, the passive remains because it's applied. It applies at the start of a round. So this is the situation here. What we've got to be careful about is we don't want to kill the minions too soon, right? That's doing it about 1 minute 23. Let's just run it again. We don't want to kill the minions too soon because we're AoE activating, right? So as long as the minions are alive, we're essentially gaining bonus HP burn damage, which is help killing the boss. There are some things with team order, but it's normally to do with ally protection, damage reduction. That's the main thing that always happens is when you've got a damage reduction passive like a Duchess and you're using an ally protector, then team order will define how much of the damage that the ally protector takes. So you can see he's getting quite low at times, getting half HP. Yeah, Oella is pivotable, but it could be Elva, right? Basically, Oella is a healer role. So you want someone who has a lot of healing. I just use Oella because it helps me save a lot of resistance, and I prefer her over Elva because of that. The amount of resistance you save by actually having this increased aura and also the buff is a lot. I can basically run like 220 resistance, and it's enough to resist all these effects. The only thing I still haven't quite found a balance with here is the speed rotation, right? So you see there, when he's got decreased defense, he almost dies. Right? That's a big hit. You can see it's pretty fairly consistent. This will be the situation where we want Soul Reap to activate, right? So it's a fairly consistent 1 minute 20 to 1 minute 30 team. Soul Reap activates there right at the end. It's not too bad. So let's ramp him up then, right? Let's fully awaken him. Let's do it. The cool thing about having split souls as well is when we... Oh, no, I don't want to sell it. That's bad. When we upgrade it, we'll get refunds. Because we're upgrading, right? So we should hopefully get a refund. I think it... Or is it the other way around when you get a perfect soul? I can't exactly remember. So right now, all he is getting... It might be the other way around. All he is getting is 4-star threshold. So we're going to go all the way up to a 14. So we're going to get 10% more threshold and all these extra bonuses. I think it might be the other way. Yeah, I think it's probably the other way around. Are you going to continuously swap this when you use in Hydra? No. I don't like Brimstone in Hydra and AoE set, and I don't think there's any other value, so... Right, so we're going to awaken. 1. 2. All of this. This is worth 100,000 Hero Path points. 5-star Artak Soul. There we go. So, he's now got the most useless attack value ever, and crit damage, because he doesn't do damage, but he's got this 14%, so that's pretty big. But the biggest thing that he's got is now he's gone from, what is it, 14%? How much do we get on this passive here? He's gone from 5% damage reduction to 40% damage reduction. That's a massive difference. That's a lot. Like, that is a substantial amount of damage reduction. A substantial amount. Yeah, that's true, Fat Tuna. Yeah, I'm surprised as well. They charge the silver everything else. Right, they die. Let's see how little damage he's going to take. Heal reduction is annoying. 8,000. Like, I don't think he can die. Like, this is the difference. We need to see what happens if we take a decreased defense, right? That's where we really want. The thing is, what you're also getting is passive, right? His passive is giving him substantial amounts of defense. Now, this is the marker where I wanted to check. Is Soul Reap going to proc? Or are they going to proc linearly? There we go. It didn't proc like I thought it was, which is good. It's procced on the boss. 1 minute 9. Now, that could be an oddity, so we'll run it again. Remember, the average before was about 1 minute 25, 1 minute 30. Let's see what it is this time. Try without Oella. No, he'll die. He's not regen. You could probably run him with regen now and you'd probably stay alive. You could probably solo it. But I actually kind of like Oella because she's providing a lot of the stats. Does it calculate decreased defense before or after? The damage reduction will be after. So whatever damage input, then it gets multiplied by 0.6. So basically reduces it by 40%. Yeah, to be honest, I think this is going to be one of those situations where normally we're looking at Awakening because we want the Blessing. Where actually I'm looking at this going, do you know what? I actually just want the Awakening. Like, the Awakening bonus alone is actually more valuable probably than Soul Reap. Soul Reap has helped if it saves me some time. But in reality, what's probably, like, bigger here is I can probably take a passive knock and both of these champions will survive. I can't imagine they'll die. Oella's got a 3-star soul at the moment, so... Like, obviously the heal reduction here is not ideal. Soul Reap. 1 minute 14. Okay. That's a 1 minute 14 run. Does Oella's aura apply her to herself or only to allies? Aura applies to everyone, it's me, Stefano. When you use an aura, it applies to your team. There was some confusion with Emik as well. A lot of people said, oh, he's not going to apply unkillable. Whenever they say to your allies, they basically mean to the team, the whole team. So auras, passives, whenever they say, you know, applies to the allies, the only time it doesn't is if it explicitly says, does not apply to this champion. So if you see the words, applies to team, applies to allies, applies to all allies, then it will apply to everyone, including the champion placing it. Try to bring Theodore in to see. Yeah, I could do. I don't actually know if it's going to save me much time, though. We can try it. We'll bring him back in and see what happens. Because you're right, like, this probably... I mean, I can force it anyway, because I can just use Karma Burn from Seer. So we can force the passive. I wonder if just bringing Theodore in is going to speed this up now, back to what it was. We've got decreased defense now. Oh, it's a little bit silly, I'm not going to lie. This one was slower. It's funny how inconsistent some runs are. This is like 10 seconds slow for some reason. So let's try bringing Tio back in. To speed it up. We don't want him to use that. We do not want him to use that. To be honest, I don't want you to use anything. Just use first choice. Wait, are you faster or slower? You're faster, so we need to open with that. Should be good. See how this goes. Yeah, that's the problem with having a 6-star champion, 69 Chud. I actually can't get my Seer. My Seer is super squishy. I actually can't kill her. So have you thought about TikTok? I'm a bit too boomerish for TikTok, aren't I? I'm way too much of a zoomer, or whatever the word is. Well, there goes Theodore's idea. I forgot I made Theodore not very tanky anymore. It's a problem. It's ironic, though. It's a problem. Actually trying to, like... I think he just, like, had a massive crit there. We'll run him again. It is actually a problem, though. Like, the fact that Seer stays so long, it costs me damage sometimes because she tickles the side allies, and if she does a bit too much damage to them, they don't die consistently. I'm pretty sure I broke Theodore to put him in Spider. But to be honest, I actually don't see a world where Artak can die. You can see what I mean about the speed turn. I haven't quite... That's what I was afraid of with Soul Reap. Now it's actually a bit slow because we've got to wait a few turns for him to actually get back around to his abilities. It's not too bad, though. That scenario is what I was concerned about when I was planning this. I was like, well, what happens if he kills the side allies too quickly? He props Soul Reap on them, doesn't proc it on the boss for whatever reason. Let's just try that again and see if Theodore doesn't get one shot. He might still get one shot because I made him squishy. A random question. Why ain't attack or defense multiplier shown in the ability? I don't know. It's Plarium. They don't even tell you what skills do properly half the time. There we go. He's actually just too quick. I need to change the skill priorities a little bit. So this is why I dropped Theodore, because he's actually making it slower. And look what he's doing. He's killing the side allies way too fast. Because I enabled his A2. I shouldn't have enabled his A2. That was dumb of me. That was a mistake. I should not have enabled said A2. Because I killed the side allies way too much. Is the Soul Reap for Artak only worth it for IG, or is it good in Hydra and Dragon? Well, the problem is Brimstone in AoE settings in Hydra is bad. So that's why I don't like having Brimstone on my AoE champions. And because it disqualifies any other Brimstone champion, it means you have to know that you're going to land on the right head, and you can't. So it's not great for Hydra. In terms of Artak, the only places I think Artak is incredibly useful for an end game account is Ice Golem and Hydra. It's the only places. I wouldn't use them anywhere else. And I think in those scenarios, you kind of go, well, Brimstone, I don't really want AoE in Hydra. I can't place it reliably in this area. Because if it goes on the side ally, it doesn't do enough damage. Because the side allies can't activate it. And then you're kind of like, okay, well, Brimstone's out. Okay, let's have a look at Cruelty. And you go, well, Gnut exists. And Gnut overcaps Cruelty. And it doesn't stack with each other. So it means that any Gnut team, you don't need Cruelty. So that kind of devalues Cruelty down. All the other blessings are kind of naff. They're not really good. Survival Instinct may be the best thing out of all of them. So you're kind of left with like, well, at least Soul Reap will save me some time every now and then. That's kind of what you're looking at. Is you're looking at it going, well, Soul Reap might just cut my run down by 10 seconds or 20 seconds. So don't use that. Open with that. The only problem here is it's going to be desynced. I don't know if I can get it back into sync. We'll try it again. So obviously you can pick blessings based on stats as well. That's a very good viable strategy. You'd probably go for something like Ward of the Fallen just because you get HP. The biggest problem is there's not enough blessings that give you defense as a stat, right? I would argue there is no damage dealing defense blessing worth taking. So what you end up doing if you want to deal damage as a defense-based champion, is you take Soul Cage, the Lightning Cage. Because the best thing you can do as a defense champion is protect your buffs. Because Soul Reap is just useless in Arena, and for damage generally. Like, the fact it's coded as AoE means it really suffers in Hydra. The fact that it has, doesn't ignore shields. It takes the target's current max HP, not their actual HP. So it means if they're on, 1% HP, the damage of Soul Reap is 1% HP. It's not the full HP bar, which means that if they have a little bit of healing or shielding, they never die. Harima passive destroys Soul Reap's ignore defense, as does any other feature that does that. So you just end up in a situation where there's just so many barriers to make Soul Reap work. You kind of go, well, I can just take a 1-star Lightning Cage, and I have a 50% chance to protect a buff. Even something like Ward of the Fallen. Ward of the Fallen's problem is... I'm gonna manual this. I don't really think Theodore works, to be honest. Not in this current build. He's too fast, and I have him in Hydra, in Spider. What I need to do is just A1 here. Do your stuff. He's lived there. You do that. I need you to A1 here. Now he can do his stuff here. Now he's in sync. We'll see how fast it is now that he's in sync, just out of interest. They are carving through it if you get it right. See, if you can get it set up right, it does carve through this boss. But not that much faster. It's not that much faster. I wonder if we can try instead of Theodore. Let's try a Cisia because she's slower. Affinity doesn't matter, so it's fine. She has got Relentless, which is not great, but, she's slower. That's the important thing. Oh, she's not that much slower. My champions are too quick. Too quick. Same problem. Honestly, I'm just happy to just run with the Iron Brago, I think. I think it's just solid. I don't really have another activator. I mean, we can try and proc the passive to see if we live. Let's try that. That's not built. Let's do that. Let's see if we can proc the passive to see if we live. Just need a Sulfurion. I knew that was going to come up, G-Man. Oh, we could try Drang, but I think he's equally as fast. Because they're all built for Spider. Shoot fast enough. No. One's too slow. The other one's too fast. Oh, we could try Gnut. Great idea, Jimmy, actually. Let's try that now. Let's try that now. What is your spider team right now? My spider team is Dreng, Tio, Sikia, Cecilia. I never know how to say her name properly. The Akemtum. Who's the last champion? Gnut. Gnut. My 2 champions are in Stalwart and Defiant, I think. So 1 Stalwart, 1 Defiant. So do you need an Oella with the soul and regen? There we go. Smack. We survived the smack. I don't know if decreased attack was up. It may have been. But we survived a smack. We actually survived a smack. Let's bring in Gnutty boy. Where is Gnutty boy? There he is. Good old Gnutty boy. Don't do that. Don't do that. And just open with that. See what you can do. Probably open with that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Let's see what you got then, Gnutty boy. Gnut the hoot. Do you need Oella with the soul and regen on Artak? No. Artak is in. I'll show you the build in a minute now. I think probably at 5-star, I reckon Artak might be able to solo the boss. Yes. I think he might be able to at 5-star because the volume of damage reduction you have is strong. Here he goes. Coming in, Gnut the Hoot. What have you got? No, don't use it. I know. I'm going to attack the side minion. Thank you, Gnut, you useless piece of dwarven metal. I hope you die. You're just reducing my damage output. Stupid champion. Like, why isn't he coded to hit the boss? I don't care about the art. Like, come on. There goes Gnut. We'll make him 83 the boss this time. No, he hasn't got it. Okay. Okay, Gnut's out. All Gnut did was just make it worse. Oy vey. Oy vey. Yeah, I get it, Nick. You're right. Absolutely right. Stupid Gnut. Damn dwarves. That is a Leroy Jenkins moment if I've ever seen one. You're right. Absolutely. Hey, Darky. So that's it. So it's like, it's kind of awkward. I think obviously Theodore would be the best option, but he's too fast, right? Because I don't really care. Like, it's not so much of a pressing issue that I want to break my... Ooh. Well, if we get smacked with no allies alive, we take no damage. Why is the bot going crazy? What are we picking up here? Oh, new subscribers. Probably because we got the promotion on at the moment. Oh, I just realized I'm a little bit low here. Let's zoom in this and let's... Thank Fiction for all your in-game notifications right now because he's put the promotion on, hasn't he? So, right now everyone is subscribing to the channel, which I appreciate fully and 100% I value. But if the sound of the bot goes a bit crazy, then I'll have to turn it off. I just don't really see... I don't really see any champion that we can put in. It's just going to make it work. That's going to make this faster. Like, it's just better not to run a champion. And just let it run auto, right? That's what my thinking is. I think it's just better to let the two of them do their job. I just don't think there's any champion that's going to make it faster. Yeah. Yeah, Drengwood, but they're all too fast. That's the problem. They're all like 269 speed, right? The problem is I've got them all built for Spider, right? I've got them built for this team over here. So pretty much all of my burn activators, apart from Artak, because he's dedicated for Ice Golem, are in here. And at the time when I built this team, I didn't need them all for Ice Golem. And you can see here, their job is to kill the queen. It's a little bit gross. That's all right. So yeah, so it's like, you know, those champions are kind of tied up. Oh yay, 5 brews, so amazing. Dark Hail could extend and activate burns. Yeah, but the thing is, all you're doing is you're introducing time. That's what you gotta think. Unless you're introducing someone that's actually gonna like materially increase the amount of damage you can do, what you're actually introducing is time. So it's not really worth it, right? If you can't guarantee that that introduction is going to increase your speed. And you don't really want someone that's going to stay alive because you run the risk of running the passive, which you don't want to activate. So I'm just thinking, is there any champion here that actually adds an awful lot of value, or whether we just run it as we do? And just go with the flow, you know? I think it is just what it is. Just having a look if there's anyone in here that I'm not thinking about. The thing is, what you don't want is you don't want champions that are going to do too much damage to the side minions, because the side minions are a source of damage, right? And most AI in the Ice Golem starts picking on the side allies. I don't really want to pick on the side allies. So I think I'm just going to go back to my standard run, throw in my Iron Brago, get a little bit more defense. That's about as much use as he is. And just leave it like that. That's what I think. Yeah, the problem is you just don't want to attack the allies. I mean, this team won't die now, Chris. This team will. I think I can take a smack without decreased attack because of the passives. Like, that's how much damage I'm taking without decreased attack right now. It's kind of a lot. Henry, thanks for becoming a minion. Welcome, welcome. Really appreciate it. How about bombs? Yeah, but the bombs are going to kill the allies. Any good bomber is not going to be single target. It's going to be AoE, and it's just going to kill the allies. Like, what you need is someone that can activate damage on the single target of the boss that isn't going to go picking on other ones. The only good thing about Dark Hail is he tends to A3 the boss, which is good. So we could, like, throw on a... But the thing is, the boss is immune to poison, so that doesn't really help. You know, I just think this is the reality. I just... The only way you make this fast is if I slow one of my activators down. Which then means I have to rebuild the spider team, and I don't really see the need for that. Yeah, I turned it down a bit. Hang on, let me adjust this. I've been messing with my audio. I've turned it up a bit. Let me know if that becomes too loud. I've been messing with settings. This is probably the fastest team is recommending. I would have thought. Might have an Elva as the top. So. What up? What up, cat? Hello. Yep. Stretching. Yes, hello. Good day to you. Finished? There you go. Cats. Oh, she's eating now. She's happy as Larry. Soul Reap didn't kill the boss. Yeah, it's a bit funky. But you see what I mean? I don't actually want to do any damage to the allies because they're a primary source of damage here. I want the allies to live as long as possible. Oh, he's getting a bit low, but it doesn't really matter because he's about to get healed up big time. His speeds are probably in the wrong order, if I'm being honest. I still need to get this. Like, he's outrun. Sometimes he outruns the increased resistance buff. Other times he's, like now, for example, he's being attacked without the increased resistance buff, which is why he's getting debuffs. I'm still trying to find the right balance between the passive and his speed in his build. See what I mean about the Soul Reap? Soul Reap is designed to kill the enemy. Why doesn't it kill the enemy? It's so frustrating when I watch Soul Reap not do enough damage. It really bothers me. I don't understand what the purpose of that blessing is if its job isn't to like just one-shot an enemy. The whole purpose of his existence, thanks for pushing the microphone, thank you, is to like annihilate, like is to execute. That's his job. That's why Soul Reap exists, and it doesn't do it. What's the problem with Dreng being too fast? You can start with Burn, because the boss is just going to clear the Burn away. I start with Burn. How is Brimstone? Pretty poor, because you can't guarantee that the Brimstone's going to go on the boss, and if it goes on one of the allies, then they don't have an active ability, so they can't activate Brimstone, so therefore it's useless. What about Hellhades? I have no use. I don't need damage reduction. There's no need for damage reduction. So the reason why I don't want the side minions to die wreck it is because I'm burning them. So when I activate, it's chunking the boss 3 times because HP burn activates on one target, dealing damage to all enemies. So the fact I'm activating 3 burns means I'm doing 3 amounts of HP burn to the boss. Whereas if I kill the allies too quickly, I'm only doing 1 amount of HP burn to the boss. So that's why Artak is particularly good here, because we are actually doing AoE activation with an AoE decrease attack. See what I mean? It's not killing him. Why is it not? The job of Soul Reap is to execute, and it can't even execute a boss. I don't even know why not. Can't use poisons on this one. It's hard mode. I just don't get it. Well, the boss doesn't have any damage reduction, does it? Like, let's just pause this a second. What does the boss have? So it can't take more than... It's the almighty strength, isn't it? It's the 10% cap. Because I'm executing on 14%, it's capping it at 10%. Because we didn't ignore damage reduction effects on bosses. Well, I guess that's tomorrow's video sorted. I don't understand the point of Soul Reap if it doesn't execute your target. Its job is to execute your target. If it doesn't execute your target, what's the point of it? You know, I mean... I just don't get it. You know, they want us to go farm these souls and everything, and the one soul that I pick doesn't even work up to 10. Like, imagine I got a 6-star soul. Half the damage will be useless because it'll cap it. Because it's based off target HP. I've actually been trying not to make negative videos lately. I've been trying, but apparently, Playroom just want to keep making me, like... There's just too many things that Soul Reap gets affected by. When you read the description of Soul Reap, right? When this champion hits an enemy target and decreases their HP to a certain threshold, a Reaper will appear and deal extra damage equal to the target's remaining HP. For AoE attacks, each target has their HP reduced to the threshold, and the attack will be visited by a Reaper. This Reaper will ignore defense, as well as all damage, reduction, skills, effects, and buffs. What they don't want you to know is none of that applies to bosses. This third paragraph only applies to champions. Why doesn't it say that in the description? Like, that's such a glaring mistake. You know, they say there's sometimes there's this like this narrative. You know, data mining is bad. You shouldn't data mine. Data mine's terrible. Well, if I didn't data mine it, you guys would never know that this doesn't work on bosses because it's not told you in the game. Hey, I think I figured out an Emik clan boss speed tune. It's not perfect, but what it is, you can DM me. I'll have a look, Elna. So far, the only Emik speed tunes I've found is basically combinations of Emik with the old Warman Bat Black Knight kind of combo. So essentially, it's just Emik doing what Hellhades did, or what Santa does, or what Maneater does, right? It's not really an Emik tune. I'm still waiting to see like the Emik tune. I'm still need to figure that one out, but I'll have a look at it. Yeah, so here's the thing. Technically, he's still ignoring defense. It's just Harima halves it. So it's because I'm pretty sure they even came back to someone and said it's working as intended because reducing the ignore defense is not a damage reduction skill. I'm like, it fundamentally is though, because if you reduce the amount of ignore defense you have, you're essentially reducing the damage you take. Ergo, it's a damage reduction effect. Like, just because it's not 6,000 equals 7,000 doesn't mean that fundamentally it is reducing damage. Given the hard dungeons, do you think it's still viable to build solo champions for normal dungeons? Asking for my Tito. Absolutely. To be fair, me doing Ice Golem hard is not efficient. I should be doing Ice Golem 20 right now. It's not efficient. Because it's going to cost me an extra like 500, 600 energy probably. Stage 20 is where it's all at for these things. It's just my main account. I can be a little bit more aggressive because I have lots of gems and I have a bit of money. You know, I can spend on this one. I can't do that on the free to play, but on this one I can. So yeah, I still think Soul Reap is the best one. I think Soul Reap is the way to go. I don't think there's any other blessing that's going to make this any better for him. But as I said, I think the case with Artak, I don't think it was a waste to get the 5-star, because I actually think the 5-star giving him 40% damage reduction is more valuable than any blessing combined. I just think it's great. The only thing I didn't entertain... I have a thing to entertain here. We're going to have a look at this in a second. I have an idea. Why is it data mining bad? Is it helping to find bugs? Would that be considered good? Because technically data mining is against the terms and conditions of this game. Right? If you really put it down on a bit of paper, anyone who uses RSL Helper is technically in breach of the terms and conditions of playing this game. Anyone who uses the optimizer is technically in breach because you're injecting an application into the game engine that's changing the way that the game engine is meant to work. So in terms of the terms and conditions, technically they could hold you accountable and say we're gonna ban your account because you used RSL Helper. They won't do it because they've openly acknowledged that RSL Helper is a benefit to them, and they're quite happy having someone develop a tool for free that they don't have to pay for that helps people play the game, right? Helps retain player base. So they won't do it, but there is this kind of notion where if you data mine, you can get in trouble and all this kind of stuff. Like, they don't generally like you leaking information. Like, I know things about the game that are coming in the next couple of weeks. I'm not going to tell any details because it's in the game code. It doesn't affect you as a player. The only time I'll ever tell anyone anything that's happening that's not been announced yet is if other people already know about it and are finding a way to exploit it for their own benefit that you could also benefit from as well. If I feel like there's an unfair balance that has been exploited, then I'll tell people about it. But if there's something in the game data that I've read, then I won't tell anyone about it if it doesn't affect their playing. Like, if it's not an impact to them, because I'd rather player them have their moment to market it and promote it as they want, because that's fair. But things like multipliers, things like understanding how game mechanics works, that's to me just a service that players should have, you know? Will Artak and Oella be able to duo Ice Golem 20? Probably. The only thing I would say with that is the allies are a lot squishier on Ice Golem 20, which means that probably you'll kill them. There are more efficient strategies. Like, I can run Ice Golem 20 with like a poisoner, and it's probably faster. Just because there are more efficient poisoners than there are efficient HP burn champions. So... it would be nice if things... like, I'm all about clarity in the game. So... so this is pretty obvious what this is. As someone pointed out to me. This is a message from GS. GS is the name for Buddha. Buddha is the champion. Buddha is famed to have banished the Sun Wukong in Chinese mythology. I think it's Chinese mythology. Into the void. And Wukong is... Sun Wukong is loosely translated to awakened by the void, which means it's either a champion or it is something to do with the Great Void. That's the running theory. But basically, the models that all the creators have had is about Sun Wukong, because this is GS, which is Buddha. The sun, the moon, and of course me is like a phrase. So that's what this is about. Buddha's name was Siddhartha Gautama, which is GS, apparently. It's backwards, I guess. It's a lot of mystery for a champion. I don't really know. I guess we'll find out more information in 2 days' time. Why does Poison Cloud and Hydra turn HP percentage hits to weak hits like Newt's, say 3? Because Poison Cloud means any attack that you do weak hits. So I'm just replying to someone. Right, what is this team? Okay. So you've sent me the speeds. It's very mysterious. Let's have a look. Info. Okay, so you sent me the speeds here. Let's have a look at this. So we're going to have Emik. 20% aura. Don't know where you're getting 20% from. We'll have a look. Iris. Seeker. Anax. Painkeeper. So this is 321. 213. 228. I really want to find a Painkeeper team. I'll show you why now in a second. 18 319. Yeah, well, this is the problem. You've not booked his A2. I've seen a few teams that makes this work with not booking the A2. The biggest problem when you do this is, are you even going to be able to guarantee... I mean, you don't need to book his A2, actually. Do you need to book this? No, you don't. Hello. Look what Gelnar has sent us. Now, does it actually cover everything we need? So he's going he's doing 3-1. Yes. Can we run Relentless? No. Is there any damage? Wait, hang on. Anax could run Relentless. No, he can't because it's speed buff. It's a shame. It's a shame there's a speed buff in here. If there was no speed buff, we could run Relentless. The only problem is... poof. The only problem is he's not immune to stuns because Eris is not going at the right position. So Eris is never cleansing the stun, so he's not immune to stun and also not immune for spirit. I'm assuming it's coming from Eris, right? Where is the aura coming from? Where's the aura coming from? I mean, we could run a Fushan instead of a Anax. Right? That'd give you a 24% aura. Put it back to Void. You can basically bring these speeds down a bit. It's kind of like a Myth Fu, but instead of Demitha, we're running Emik. You've made me go down the rabbit warren now, Gel. Now you realize this is why I've been avoiding this, because I know once I get started on this, like, I know there is a speed tune out there. I feel like there is a speed tune that we're able to find that's going to be able to make use of most of this guy's kits. We just got to find it. Who's too fast? Are you not fast enough? No. Someone's not fast enough. You. You. You're fine. I think we need to be one speed faster. Why are you not fast enough? Alright, disable that. Just gotta make sure everyone's in the right speed. You're 4-8. You're fine. You're fine. Why is this not working now when it was before? It's interesting. 338. He's fast enough. 338.48. He's not quite fast here. 37. Oh, there we go. Wow, it's a sensitive speed tune here. Whoever has a ratio here. Probably a pin keeper, is it? Yeah. So, yeah, we can run Fushan. That'll give us a 24% aura. The only challenge you've got is can you move people around, right? So, this is where delays come into it. Probably. If we do different delays, we might be able to move someone around. Once you get the basic framework in, it becomes a lot easier. Because you might just be able to swap champions to different positions. Maybe put a delay in there. To get it into the rotation you want. It just depends on whether you can like find the balance. What you need to do is you need to move. We need to move the ARS around, right? The ARS needs to move. It's rare actually you have someone doing increased speed at such a slow speed. Actually, tell you what we could do. It's kind of a cheat code. Don't get me wrong. It is a bit. It's a bit like I've seen a lot of people say this when I do this, and I'm like, yeah, I understand. But what you could do is do this. Right. What was the speeds? 2, 3, 6. Gotta get back into speed now. When shall I find it? What have I done? Right, you need to be fast. You're too fast. You're too fast. There we go. Now what we could do is simply go... Wrong champion. If we can get this right. Why is this... It always baffles me when this does this. So she's too fast. Oh, base speed, base speed, base speed. So she needs to be a little bit slower, right? Now if you put this in, what does it do to the team? Do we have stun protection? No. Can we delay something to get stun protection? That's the fun part about this. We can get it to a 2-1 comfortably. But trying to get, like you can see here, right? What we need is the... He's got taunt, right? So taunt's good. Because taunt is going to basically give us... taunt will give us the control for the stun. So we know the stun is definitely going to go on him. The problem is he outruns his block damage, right? Because we're not running Elva fast enough. Now, there's a world where you could basically go... Let's just save this for a second. I'll give you a little sneak peek from Mobile Optimizer now. I'll leak stuff. I'll do a Hellhades. So what if we just go 316? So 210. Oops. 210. 316. What if we swap them around? Put a delay. Can we like find a way to put it into a position? See? There's two things that I have in mind with this champ. One idea is basically having a double boosted Seeker in one turn. See, she's just going a bit too fast. So that's not an ideal solution because Elva's just going, like, not fast enough. Elva ideally needs to be in, like, a 3-1. Like, this is the kind of combo you want. Like this setup here, right? Like, if you could get this to basically... if this was the rotation every single clan boss turn, it would be a dream. Elva opens with a cleanse if you could get her A2 into that position. And then you'd run this every single turn. But you can see it's actually quite hard to get Emik to stay in... Ooh. Oh! Oh, it's so close. It's so close. It's just so close. This is what I was talking about. Double Seeker boosting. But it's not quite there because the A3 is in the middle turn. It's so close. Gelnar, though, everyone give a bit of a shout out for Gelnar for finding this initial start point, because this would take me hours to get this close. So a big, like, if I do a video on this, Gelnar's getting like front center, headline, across the screen, MVP to that person. I didn't want to call you that person. It's been a long week. Ignore my language. What we need to do now is can we get Emik Trunkheart's A3 into a position that's going to work? This is where it's going to get tough. So this works, right? So let's just save this for a second. Right, we're getting closer. I'm going to save this as a link because I think this is the closest I've ever seen a team actually do this. Right? What we have wanted to find so far, right? Let me just give a bit of backstory for this. So far, all I have seen people come up with, and it's not a discredit to people, I'm not trying to be harsh on them or anything, but I've had a lot of DMs and people going, I found an Emik 2 and it's really cool. I'm like, all you've done is you've gone and found the Warman Bat or the Black Knight or the Dark Knight teams, and you've taken out like the Santa and you've put in Emik, right? You haven't actually found a new speed tune. You've just found a way to use him in those others, which is not a problem. It's not a negative against those people at all. But for me, what I've been looking for is this. I've wanted to find a team that can actually use his full kit potential in a situation where he makes champions do things that no other speed tune can do. He's going to make it possible for Seeker to double boost. Now, there's obviously there's obviously there's 3 champions at 316 speed. I'm not saying this is the final, but this is where you start, right? You get the framework, you get the balances between the champions, and can we now pull the speeds down to a position where we can get them where we want? Because what we want to happen is we want Emik's A3 here. If Emik's A3 is here, then we can probably position Elva's A2 into a position where she's going to apply it at the right situation. If we can get the balance of the champions in the right place, we can make this happen. But it's now just basically trying to find the setup that's going to give us what we want, which is always a tricky situation. But we're close. This is the closest I've ever been to seeing this team. And it's normally a concept of finding the right setups. If you can find the right setups to make it work, getting the right delays, and it could be we move, like, we're getting closer. It's like it's close. We just need Emik to move, basically. if Emik can delay his A2... The problem is his A2 is like pinned to the bottom there. You see how his A2 is always happening at the bottom? That's where the A3 needs to happen. So it's almost like we need to put Emik in the position where Painkeeper is at. Right? That's working at the moment. But that's because Emik is not this. This is what we need. Not that. Right? Emik has to be slower than Painkeeper. But if Emik is slower than Painkeeper, then it doesn't put him in the right position. That's close. We speed up Elva. Getting closer. Can I delay it? We're nearly there. It's a long setup. It's so goddamn close. It's so close. We haven't solved the spirit issues. Like, spirit will break it. Ooh, it's spirit affinity friendly. It's spirit friendly. Sorry, when we're doing this, let me just put some auto battles on. While we're doing this, we've gone down the rabbit hole now. Thank you to Gelnoff for putting me down the rabbit hole. Let's just run like 50. We need to do off you go. Oh, actually, one thing I should do first is check I've actually got enough inventory space. Cat, you're not helping. So this team we're building here, Swiftcut, is a completely solo, unkillable Emik team. Ignore the speech for now. There is no other form of... It's basically, think the Mytha teams. This is what... this has not been done yet. It's full auto, pretty much. It's full auto because... Is it full auto? Oh, I don't know if it's full auto. That A2, A1 is a skip, isn't it? What if I do that? Well, that breaks it with a delay. Yeah. That's not the right position. It's close. It's so close to a full auto. It's so close to a full auto. It's just the problem to get him to be this A3 here. You need him to go A2, A1, A3. So it's A2, A1, A2, A3. And I don't think you can get that to do that on full auto. Kind of sucks. Because it puts it in the wrong position, see? You need a break on the A1 there. So you can't make it full auto. But it's a pretty easy setup. You basically, you can go auto after A1. I don't really care about the full auto thing. So the only issues we've got left now is not Spirit Affinity. Works on Spirit. Spirit's absolutely fine. The only issue right now is Emik is taking a turn before Elva. Which means that Emik is going to get stunned. And we haven't got him off stun. So we need to figure out a way to make Emik not stunned. Once we figure that, we're pretty much good to go. Sorry, I just need to make sure I've got enough inventory space. How much have I got in my mailbox? Yeah, I got fine. We can run like 40 runs. I know. It's pretty bad. I know I need to do a gear cleanse. So all we need to do now is figure out how we can actually get Elva to break this. Now, the problem is it's probably going to break the tune to do that. And I don't know if there's... Sometimes there's a... Sometimes you can just set up different delays. We'll just try and... Ooh. Same problem. All we're doing is we're just delaying everything. And I don't know if that... Wait, does that make that full auto? We need double AoE there. Oh, wait, if we put this in. Put a delay there. And lift your speed up a bit. No. Okay. Clearly you need the turn meter boost. Wait, what was that? Oh, yeah, I need to put a cooldown of 900. Yeah. And then drop the speed back down. There we go. Nearly there. A1, A2, A3. We can't turn it off though. Can we? Yeah, open A2. Nah, it's still not gonna work. I was trying to set it full auto. If we could have made it so that Pinky did A1, A2, A3, and never did A2 again, it would be full auto. Open A1, then do A2, then A3, but we can't do that. We can open A2, but we can't skip the turn. It really sucks. So that's not gonna work. I thought I was smart by finding that way of doing it. Let me get this set back right now. Where was it? Nope. That was it. Yeah. Oh, wait. No. What have I done? There we go. There we go. I was like, why is it not working? I fixed it. So, can we do anything about this stun immunity? That's the challenge. Yeah, I've gone down a rabbit hole. Hey, YST. Welcome. We are close to achieving what we were talking about the other night, which was a completely 3-1 Emik 2. And ignore the speeds for now. We'll reduce them down in a minute. It's... What can we do about the stun targeting? Because he loses the block debuffs. If you see, like, it doesn't get extended far enough. And without the block debuffs, he's going to get stunned. And he doesn't then... He takes a turn. So we can try and speed up Elva to an obnoxious speed. But I don't think that's going to make a difference. See, it's not really going to work. You should have to go so fast. It's not relevant. So... Speeding up Elva is not a solution. Can we slow her down? Probably not. Not without a delay of some sort. There's probably a break point that she can't go below. It's close. There's probably a break point that she can't go below. And that's the break point at the moment, and then we have to do that to basically get it into a setup. Elva needs to be slower than Emik. Yeah. Well, no, because if Emik is too... Like, if I put Emik at 319, it doesn't work. Yeah, it's not going to work. The issue isn't that. The issue is that she needs to be going before Emik. Which currently is not happening. This is somewhere. Can we lift the seeker speed up a bit? And then drop that. Well, we've successfully got ourselves back to where we were having a problem with the A2's not in the right position. Not really achieved anything. So, oh, well, we have. We've managed to achieve it now that Emik has block debuffs. The only problem is we don't have Unkillable because, you know, he's in the wrong position. And if we slow him down, I don't think that works. Let's just speed this. It's probably too fast there. It could even be a contingent on Fushan. That's the challenging thing when doing this. Like, you can see we get the rotation we want there somewhat. In the sense that we get the right champions in the right order. They're not necessarily doing the skills in the right place, but at least they're doing the champions in the right order. But, you know, it's not what we want, really. Like, this just interchange here is really awkward. Because he loses block debuffs on this final turn. You know, I mean... No matter what you do. I mean, it's unkillable at least. It's spirit friendly. It's just not stunner friendly. Which is really frustrating, you know? But fun, isn't it funny, look, we can slow champions down a lot and we're still maintaining it. I don't think we can push Fushan up into a 2-2-4, unfortunately. Not without breaking stuff. Yeah, what was the last one we had? This was the last one we had, wasn't it? No, I don't know if I've saved the last one we had. What does this one give me? No, let me return it back to what it was. And we'll save progress. It's pretty much that. Look how, let's just share this a second. Copy this. Yeah, so if you guys want to play with it, that's the one we're playing with at the moment. If only Painkeeper reduced the duration of a debuff, right? I wonder how slow we can get this. I wonder how slow we can make Emik. Wow, we can make Emik super slow. Right, it broke there. Oh, broke there. That broke. That broke. Look how slow we can get this. Ooh. I'll put it on spirit friendly so we always make sure it works. Emik is too slow there. Nope. Do we just need to delay? Nope. I broke it for spirit. I just need to speed Emik up for spirit. Ooh. Lots of different combos here. I broke it for spirit affinity at all. I'll find the fix now. probably Emik has to be within a speed ratio of this, right? Is he still finding void? No. What did I break? That. There you go. Spirit. See, the boss is catching him here. Because we are not cleansing the debuff in this position here. Because we don't have block debuffs in the right position. It does make it a bit awkward with an Alva. I mean, I don't even know if Alva actually solves the problem here. Like, we could probably run Ares, so it's like Alva doesn't need to be running that spot. It just needs to be someone with increased speed. Hey, Almighty Dobie, we've gone down the rabbit warren. Can we make Emik Trunkheart a solo unkillable? I'm sure this was asked super often, but how does Emik passive work? Does it stack the damage increase? Yeah, so if a champion drops below 50% HP, they do 20% HP, they get 20% more damage. It's a straight multiplier. I think we can alter this with Runekeeper for the turn meter boost and cleanse in a different tune. I don't know. I'm not a fan of Dork because I just think he's going to be a problem. What I'm thinking about right now is, can we swap the Ares for just a random speed buffer that has more utility, right? The problem is there's not that many AoE, like, there's not that many AoE increased speed champions in the game, right? If you heal him, it's not based on him. It's based on your allies. Yeah, it's based on if your ally is below 20% HP, they get 20% more damage. It's not his HP. You sent me in. Oh, sorry, I never accepted you DM. Oh. Okay, this is good. Thank you, Gelner. It's 276. 318. Let's swap that back to Elva, because it needs to be Elva. 224. 206. 277. And you've done a 0 turn delay there. 0, 0, 0, 0. It's just near enough full up. I'll put that off 2. All praise Galna. All praise Galna. Everyone right now, bow down to the power of Galna. By Joe, he's done it. So now what we do, now that we figured out the speeds, we click save, right? And we go like this. Now what we do is we push it. So we're basically going to push this as slow as we possibly can get it before it breaks. The utmost slow, right? So we're going to start basically breaking it as low as we can. Okay, that's a minimum. There seems to be a minimum there. Okay, can we go any lower? Yeah, it's a minimum. Okay, that pushes it. Can we get it back into speeds? Because it was lower before. Just check before I do anything here. It works. I'm just seeing if there's any way we can push it to a more reasonable speeds, right? I'm just seeing if I can mess with it. Can I get it in a situation where it still works, but we can do it with slower speeds? That's what I'm messing with right now. It may not be possible. You know, maybe just be those are the speeds, but it's fine if it is. But this is what we do. Like, maybe we just need to lift him up a bit. Put him to 224. That seems to be a break point. No, I think that is the slowest. Because, like, doesn't really seem to mean that she does anything different. White Dryadnir won't work because White Dryadnir is never going to target the leader in that team. That's why I'd stay away from White Dryadnir teams. I think these are like the base, right? I think there's some room movement. We can probably drop Emik a speed or two. Like, Fushan's probably got a lot of growth. We can drop Fushan right down. Seeker can go down further. These, I think, are the base. Oh, we can drop Elva now. A lot. A lot. Oh, okay, good. Can this go down any further? No, that's base. 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 Right, that's the utmost slowest we can run it. On Spirit. Void, it still works. Ultra Nightmare works. Spirit works. Brutal. Oh, it's a beautiful thing to watch. It's a beautiful thing to watch. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. Good job we saved that. Well done, Galnar. You're getting a special shout out, my friend. We're going to be doing a video. YST, don't you be stealing this nonsense now. Now, let me show you why I was super excited about this. It's not full auto. It's pretty much as close as you can get to full auto without it being full auto, right? Because the only thing you have to do is open with Emik's A3, but you need to delay his A3 by 1 turn. There, right? You can basically put it on a 1 turn delay here, I think. Oh, no, you can't. No. So you basically go A3, and you just have to stop it here. So A1's there. This is why I wish I had test server access. I can't do it until I get him. So annoying. I want to build it right now. I mean, I have no idea how much damage it can do. There's not really a designated damage dealer in here. Because I'd imagine if I did this, it will break. Because that would be my desirable outcome. Is to use Countess Licks. But this 5-turn cooldown really presents another problem. If we could use Countess Licks, it would have been a dream. But it's not going to work on a 5. Because you need the 4-turn. If this was a 5-turn with... If this is a 4-turn, you could probably do it. But because it's a 5-turn, I don't think it works. Surprising how Pin Keeper doesn't work right. Pin Keeper comes in here. It's weird that Pin Keeper works, but Countess Licks doesn't. Is it just the... Oh, it's just the speed. There you go, look. If I put that to a 4. Why is Countess Licks not working? Or is it a passive, probably? It's probably a passive. Something like that. Yeah, but that's the problem with paint. If you could get Countess Licks, you could get Weaken in here. I mean, you don't have to run Fushan, right? Fushan's just giving us an aura. We don't have to run Fushan. We could literally run like a Jintoro. Oh yeah, Pin Keeper boosts TA1. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I forget this. She boosts. She must boost here or something to get herself into a position so that she could turn here. Yeah, so she's boosting across these two to basically get herself here. So, which is a lot to find. I'm just trying to think of all the auras in the game. Who's got a good speed aura? All battles, speed. So we could use Elva's aura and drop Fushan and bring in someone who's got decreased defense and weaken. No, we'd have to bring in someone with decreased defense and weaken, right? You'd need it, right? This team doesn't have decreased defense or weaken. So the Fushan spot would need to be... Oh. Ooh. Why? Because this is better. Sweet JP, this is better. This is my own tool. I can basically search for any champion that does any effect in the game. I made my own tool. You know what I'm thinking about. So, first things first, let's put it to a 19% aura. And lift the speeds up until it's back into a comp. Yeah, I probably just screenshot it, but this is the lazy way of doing it. There you go. Right, so that's 19%. Probably we've got a bit of a tight break point in some of these. We'll have to check. Like Fushan, there's absolute base. This is going to break, but try it. Oh. Now the fun begins. Can we get it to work with Jintoro? Ooh. We want Jintoro 3-1 though. So can we actually get Jintoro into a 3-1 doing this? And what speed is that going to be? I really would love a Jintoro in here. If I can get Jintoro in here, this is like bonkers strong. But Jintoro has to be 3-1. Well, does he have to be 3-1 though? Maybe he doesn't need to be 3-1 because we've got a lot of skill cooldown reduction, right? So if we run him as 2-1, how many A3s is he actually doing? Let's have a look. Let's get it back into it, wherever it was. What did I break? Oh, he had to be slower, didn't he? 8.8, something like that. And then... what did I do? What was the speeds? You were too slow, right? What did I break? No. What did I break? I broke something. Put Fushan back in a second so I can repair it. What, was there a delay on Seeker? No, there wasn't a delay on Seeker. Oh, did I speed Seeker up? I sped Seeker up to 9. I need to speed him down. What was it? What was Seeker's speed? 280, 304, 215, 176, 281. And that's with Jintoro, right? Thank you. Thank you, Acrobat. Yeah, look, he's never A1ing. So actually it works okay because... the reason why you want 3-1 with Jintoro is you always want to A3 every single turn. Well, we don't really need to because we can leverage the power of Emik's A2 with Painkeeper's A2 and basically go A2, A3, A2. He never A1s. Methodical's kind of useless on him, but he never A1s. I mean, can we just turn this off? Just do A1, A3 if we want. We'd have to determine whether A2 or A1 is more powerful. Now... if I could get him 3-1, how many more A3s could we get? Because that's where it would become much more interesting. If we can get like 2 A3s per round, I mean... I'm just saying, what kind of craziness could we achieve if we were to be able to get Jintoro on a 3-1? Oh, Artak died apparently. So apparently a 5-star changed nothing. Artak's died somewhere along the lines. It's probably because he had decreased defense and I haven't got it speed to him properly. So we'll just see how long or well it takes to kill a boss, I guess, because, you know. The long Oella. She'll eventually win. It'll take her a while. I mean, with 176, how much damage could you do? Let's find out. I am getting greedy now, you are right. Yes, I want to run the installer. I'm getting greedy. I really want to run 3-1. I can see the amount of A3s coming out of this Jintoro at 3-1. She has to kill the ads first. She'll get there. She's working away. She's working a magic. It might take her 1,500 turns, but she'll do it. She's decided she doesn't like this minion right now, so she's gonna have a go at that one. Any updates on the mobile optimizer? Maybe I can show you something. Do I show you? No, it's kind of under NDA still at the moment. Let me open it on a different tab and let's see if I can show you some cool new things. There's a few issues I need to resolve with it in terms of like just working on a mobile device, which is proving to be a little bit awkward. What can I show you? I'll show you this cool feature, right? Wait, I can't show that. You'll get the URL. I can't show you it. What I can do is I can do this, right? So when you get a team suggestion, I can do this. We can do this. This is fun, right? So when you look for a team suggestion now, what we're going to do is we're going to look at this, and then we're going to say stage 25, and we find a team. We locate the team we want, which is like this one. And then we're going to go view the details. We're going to add the team to the optimizer, and then we go, ooh, we forgot this. And then we can go view, back, and we can stop. And then I can show you this. A little hint of what's coming in the mobile optimizer, which is now in internal testing. So one of the main problems with using the team optimizer and team suggestions can be you find the team you want to build, but then you can't, like, you haven't got a way to actually remember the stats, the setup, the masteries, and all this kind of different problems. So what we've actually built is a mechanism now. This is for both mobile and for desktop users. So a lot of this update isn't just like, oh, it's only for mobile users. The optimizer's been completely rebuilt for a lot of desktop features as well. But the idea with this is, you know, you can go find your different features here. Like say, like I wanted to find a Phantom Shogun's Grove. I can go to stage 25. I can go find my team. You know, you're kind of getting a view of the new sidebar views here. We've added some little adjustments here. A lot of people will tell me, you know, I don't know what the champion is from the portrait. So we figured, well, why don't we help users out by actually just adding the name of the champion there? I feel that's a good idea. We have the speeds here as well as we always have done. Obviously, if you're premium, then you can view the full details. When you go view the full details, you get the same view as you've always had. Now, when you add your champions to Team Optimizer, what ends up happening is you get a new button. It's called View Selected Team. So if you ever want to go back and view the team that you copied, you just press the button and you just go back, and you press the button and you go back. And that is a actual URL you can go to. So it means that you can just basically press back and forward. You can have it in a new tab if you want to. You can put it on a second screen. You can do whatever you want. So if you've copied this team and you can't remember the setup, you don't actually need to now go re-find it. You don't need to take screenshots. You can just press the button and go to it and come back and go to it and come back and go to it and come back. Yeah. Yeah, Stiko, I'm going to be building a Souls view for the optimizer. I don't know if I'm going to get it out with the actual mobile optimizer because I've had to do a hell of a lot more work to actually get all this to work than I expected. But yeah, that's kind of cool. You know, if you want a little, another little sneak peek. Let me just do this. Let me just put it back to game for a second. I need a smaller window. Now this is going to be a premium feature, probably. It's not finalized yet. There's some little details to go. But the results view is going to get a big upgrade. We're no longer having hovering and comparing. It's all built in. So you actually can see the best builds and how much damage they're doing. We're going to have a feature where if you've chosen enemy max HP, it's going to tell you whether that build is actually going to hit the enemy max HP or not. You can still view it as a list if you want. It's different, but it's the same. And then the idea is when you click on the card, it's going to show you the build, and then you can view the build. The build no longer pops up. The build is built into this screen. So you don't actually get locked out from your view. You don't have to like move it to one side. Essentially, when you press view build, it replaces this. It shows you the build. You can still look at the champion's masteries and compare what it's got. And I think it's a pretty big change as well. So it's in internal testing. That's all I'm leaking for now. That's the final leak for the night. I'm not becoming Hellhades. You'll probably be telling me off. She's still going. She's still got this. She's got this in the bag. She's almost killed one of the minions. This is like an epic battle to the death. I don't think she's going to get them in 1,500 turns, though, somehow. I think that's... we'll see. Maybe she can kill an ally. She won't die, though. So, yeah. So, there's a few leaks. So, the idea is... You know, we're calling this the mobile optimizer. Honestly, I'm kind of calling this... Raid Optimizer 2.0. The optimizer front end has been completely rebuilt, not just for mobile users, but for every user. It's got a new interface. The mobile extraction technically can work even if you're not using a mobile. The remote GPU, if you haven't got a graphics card that can do GPU optimizations, you can use the new remote extractor. There are some levels of things we're going to have to work out in terms of like what is premium, what is not, because obviously we've got to cover the costs of the servers. And also we don't want to make it so that the servers get slammed so much that people who are paying for different things basically go, well, what's the point of me paying for a subscription when I can't even use the thing, right? So we don't know exactly what is going to be stuck at where yet, but there will be premium features and premium access to different things just so that we can manage the expectations. But the idea is a lot of these features have been redesigned to make the optimizer website more user-friendly, to make it more clearer with more cleaner information, to make things make more sense. Like the glyphs tab, for example, has been completely rebuilt. So right now, if you go in here and you go to like, say if I look for Whisper and I go to the glyphs tab, right? You can see, because I use this on the other thing, it's broken a bit. I just need to, when you go to here right now, it's very complicated. It's very busy. This has been completely rebuilt. This is much cleaner. All the front-end visuals have been rebuilt for mobile design. All of the different functionalities have been reconsidered for what is good and what is bad. So, it'll work on every device. It will work on mobile devices. It will work on... The idea is it's going to work on every single device. You don't need to download anything to make all of this work. You'll be able to use the optimizer fully from the website. There will be some requirements for mobile extraction. You'll have to make sure you can comply with that and understand, like, you know, you need an authentication, two-factor and stuff like that. So, yeah. Are there any compatibility issues with the optimizer currently? My clan leader tells me they've had issues. There shouldn't be. If you've got issues, you'll have to be more specific. One little leak about the new login champion support attack. I have no idea, Al Bundy. I have no idea anything. I have no information about a login champion. What? All you have taught me is to listen. So my question is Emik more of a problem? No. He's a solution. Not that one. That one's an old one. That was an old one. There's the solution. He's a solution. How will the orientation work for Z Fold 4? I have no idea. I've made it look good for phones and for desktops at the moment. The next step is I've got to finish a couple of features in terms of making sure the team optimizer makes sense and works. And then I've got to pass it through all the different viewpoints. That's going to be the, a bit of testing. So I've no idea. But we'll try our best. So I can use this on my ancient MacBook that still runs. Yes, because essentially, Russian Tuber, it doesn't use any of your devices anymore. If you want to download your data, it does it on our servers. If you want to optimize, it does it on our servers. Do you have a pessimistic release date? So I'm not going to give an exact date because it's subject to internal testing. But as Hellhades was saying, he was saying weeks rather than months. I'm saying now it's days rather than weeks. So that doesn't necessarily mean it's going to come out this week, but it's going to come out within, it's not going to be weeks of waiting now. It's very close. Will it run on a live version of the account or a snapshot version? Live. The way we have built it is it's dynamic enough that essentially everything you do is exactly the same as if you were doing it without remote services. So for example, I can configure my champion exactly how I want to and I can run it locally. But if I'm out and about and I need a quick optimization, I could just check the box that says I want to use the remote servers, and then I can use exactly the same configuration, exactly the same things I've done, and just grab them and send it to the remote server. So it means that there's no I need to reconfigure it for remote. The remote is doing exactly the same thing as local. It's just using the remote service. Obviously, there'll be almost like a token system. So if you do too many remote optimizations, then obviously that's limited. We're still working out the exact limits so far. But that's kind of like the concept where, you can use your tokens up and you can do whatever you want. And there'll be lots of different question marks about it. So weeks are just a collection of days. Yes, you're right. So, how is Oella doing? Oh, she's nearly killed an ally. She's got like 700 turns to kill the boss and kill the ally. She's getting there. Can we just take a moment to appreciate the utter insane strength of healing that Oella has? That she can literally solo tank the boss without any decreased attack. She's only rank 3 Awakening as well. It's not like she's like 6-star Soul Awakening. Look, it's just like, yeah, I got this in the bag, boys. We're just, it's fine. It might take us 8,000 turns, but we got it done. I'm actually curious to see if she can actually get anywhere. Yeah, Fateless is going to be amazing. It really is. She won't do it in time, I know. I'm just curious to see how close she can get. But it just kind of shows you can't build champions tank. She's not even in that crazy a build. Yeah, Elva is similar. Elva is probably as good a healer. The only difference is Oella has the resistance, right? Where Elva has the cleanse. So it's kind of like, do you want to cleanse the debuffs or do you want to resist them? I've preferred the resistance strategy. But Elva's also very good. I just feel like Elva has more uses universally, like in clan boss and different areas because of the speed aura. Whereas Oella doesn't really fit into any clan boss teams, so you don't punish your account by going the Oella route. That's how I've done it. What's her build again? Yeah, I can show it in here. Oella is in Stalwart Defiant. She is in 66,000 HP, and as you can see, I haven't even got any bonuses really. 66k HP, 4.6k defense. Obviously, she gets 400 from the blessing. 244 speed. It's not even that nuts, right? I've seen some frenzy Elvas that were 100,000 HP or something nuts like that. It's not even that crazy a build. It's strong. Don't get me wrong. It's a strong build, but it's not so strong that it's Kraken tier. It's pretty, it's decent. She's killed an ally. She's killed one of them. Next on the chopping block. It's funny. It is funny. Target the boss. Yeah, I could do. Which is a good point. Why didn't I think of that? Thank you. Should have. Why didn't I do that? Thank you, this person is from DK. What a genius move. I'd imagine at some point it's going to pop passive, though. Maybe she can kill it in the time. We'll find out. Just in the mobile version, will it be recording our runs? No. So that is the one difference between mobile and desktop. Obviously, this program here is what reads the battle results. So if you want data in terms of your account, it's not going to be able to do that, because what it's doing is it's collecting your data and it puts it into your account, right? So if you want to refresh your data, you have to then do another collection. It's not doing like a live refresh system in that sense, but it's as close as we'll ever be able to get it, because let's face it, Apple are never going to allow an application that is designed to inject itself into another application, because they're going to consider it a virus. So, sorry, Dutchy, I must have missed it. Do you think a speed tune for solo Emik and Golem are possible without Pinkeeper? Not without Pinkeeper. Someone has to bring his A3 back into an unkillable state, right? So if you want him to run solo unkillable, he has to go 3-1 with it running every single turn, which requires someone to drop his ability on his A3 to a 3-turn cooldown, which means you need someone like a Pinkeeper. You could probably try and make it with a Countess Lix, but that's a difficult team to do. It's taken me a while to get even a Bat Eater to work with Countess Lix, because it's a 5-turn cooldown. So let's have a look at what my Jintoro could do. At the moment he's at 258. Let's put him as Oni's Rage. Let's put him right down to 176 speed. Is that the lowest you can go? Oh, no. Let's put it on Spirit. It works even better if we put him slower. Ooh. I think that's as slow as we can get it. Yep. 167 speed. Let's get this 240. Stats. Right, I mean, basically, we don't really need speed. We just want attack, sorted by attack percentage, because we don't need speed. I've got a 24% one. Take that. We want crit damage with attack. Sort by attack. We do need accuracy. What one is he wearing at the moment? That's the one he's wearing, isn't it? Which one is he wearing? That must be the one he's wearing. Oh, he's wearing that one. What's the difference between that one and that one? I mean, we'd lose a fair chunk of accuracy, but we can find the accuracy back. Or we run that one. Yeah, she's not going to do it. Anyway, stop the multi-battle. End the battle. It was a good go in Oella. Does Soul Reap kill Hydra Heads? It does, but not very well, because it gets reduced. Because Soul Reap is AoE damage, it gets reduced. So it basically means that if you've got the Suffering Head out, like 45-50% of the damage gets reduced, because it doesn't ignore boss defenses, which is kind of sucky, but, you know. Welcome to the world of Soul Reap doesn't do what it says on the tin. I've become very good at doing this. I don't trust any auto-selling. I feel like I have trust issues. I don't trust the RSL helper sell-ish system. I don't trust the in-game sell system, which basically means I sell and manage all of my gear, which is probably why I have a 245 inbox just sitting there. Oh, we got 2 ancient shards from that run. It's kind of nuts. Now, I'll tell you why I've been trying to work... Yes, we did. We have found one. I'll tell you why I've been trying to work out a Painkeeper team. Right? A Painkeeper team with Emik. Because in the wonderful world of Forge, you know, because I hoard everything, right? And because we have all this hoarding that we go on, we could literally just decide to run a 6-star Painkeeper. Why does the game do this to me? Just why? You know, who wants more Phantom Touch damage, right? I guess. But what that does give me is a ton of speed. I mean, I don't even know how much that is worth. It's worth 100. Do you know what? I'm just going to do it. Boom. 6-star Painkeeper. What does that give me? Useless, 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 useless. So where do we go? Look what it gives you. It's so strong. It's so much more. Like 7 speed is a lot. Sent you a full version on Discord of what? You sent a full auto? I don't think that was full auto. Because it probably wasn't... Unless you sent me something. I don't think that will be full auto because I'm pretty sure... Like if we look at the speeds here, we didn't get the stun covered. I'm sure the speeds you're showing me there I got close to, but the stun wasn't covered. Which is why it wasn't working. Like, that's a lot of stats. You know? How would you suggest an early mid-game player uses Emik if they don't have all the champions needed for the usual unkillable comps? Have a look, because you might find one. Deadwood is probably going to have a budget one available, because Deadwood's normally the guy I go to for the more accessible comps. It's not that Deadwood hasn't got a good account. He's got a strong account. It's just that Deadwood is very good at finding teams that most people can get, where I tend to find teams that nobody really can build, right? Because it's too strong. I much prefer to push the extreme. Deadwood's kind of the person I go to that has the more like accessible options. I would imagine, Bryce, that you will be able to create an unkillable team using something like potentially even someone like a Taurus to provide the unkillable for the third stun or like the middle wave or the stun, right? So basically the Taurus would take the stun for the unkillable stun, a bit like Skull Crusher team. You could even go someone you can even go someone like a Hatchet Slinger, right? Hatchet Slinger is another champion that can do it. So you're saying to me 276 Emik. 318 Alva. 224. I'm sure we've done this, and I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. I could be wrong. No delays on him. Fushan 205. And Painkeeper 277. Oh. Well, by Joe. I stand corrected. Full auto. This isn't full auto, is it? Because of the 2-turn delay on Emik. Well then. Well then, well then. Why didn't we figure this one out? Now, of course, what we need to do is bring in the Jintoro. Then drop the aura down. And lift the speeds back up. It's a faster Alva, though. It's full auto. Oh, Alva's 19%. What am I doing? Is it still good for Spirit? Good for Void. Spirit. Nightmare. Is the stun covered? Is it covered at the turn 1? Jintoro doesn't really matter if he takes a stun. We don't really care about him. Seeker can't take a stun, though. Gonna get cleansed anyway. It's full auto. 321 speed is hard. Not really. Al Bundy. Not for me. Like, area bonuses are a big deal, right? Because, like, if you look at my Demitha right now. Demitha has a base speed of 102. And if I put her in Clan Boss, she's already at 311 speed. Seeker can't be stunned to. Oh yeah, fair point. you got a good point there. In a bat, each team with a +1 Jintora 5-star and Relentless. Brimstone on him for Smite debuff or in a hand. In a Bat Eater team with a +1 Jintora 5-star Awakening Relentless, Brimstone on him for Smite debuff or any other for 25% crit damage and 5 attack. My Jintora's 5k attack. And so with Jintoro, if you're going 3-1 and you have a 6-star soul, in order for you to beat the Brimstone damage, I'm pretty sure it needs to be something in the region of 5,800 attack. So if you hit 5,800 attack, then Phantom Touch will deal more damage than Brimstone in a 3-1 setting. So if it's not in a 3-1 setting, Brimstone always wins. Because it's a volume of attack thing. Yeah, like 3-2-2 is... The thing is, what you got to remember is area bonuses and blessings, right? So if you consider Demitha is 102 in 3-1-1, if I go to Elva, right? Elva Autumnborn right now. She's in... My Elva Autumnborn is 314 speed in Toxic. It's not that hard. I can probably get her to 322 in Toxic. Now we need to make sure we just need to make sure Emik is the lowest hit. Doesn't Taunt bypass Veil? Acrobat. I was just wondering, how would you speed tune Hydra kind of like how you speed tune Clan Boss, and I mean speed tune Piranha having W buffers go. You want to make sure that you know your champion's in the right balance. You can't truly speed tune because you can't control the enemy's turn. You just want to make sure that your champions, like for example, that your Krisk is going after your Duchess so that he can extend the Veil, but not after everyone else, so the Veil runs out, right? So you just want to make sure your champions are going in the right order. But yeah. That's how I would say you can speed tune Hydra in terms of making sure the champions are going in the order you want them to use their skills. But you can't truly speed tune. Like, it's not easy to speed tune Hydra because if you get a 3% and the Mischief Head steals 50% turn meter, then your speed tune breaks, right? It's just too difficult. It's too much RNG. This looks good. I like this version better because it's full auto on all affinities and all difficulties. So, shout out not just to Gelnar, but biggest to Gelnar for coming up with this original tune, but also to Geekbait for figuring out a way to make the stun protection work. I knew this team was out there. I knew it was out there. It was basically make Seeker do double runs with his A2, so you can push the team into a 3-1, get Emik into a 3-1 with a Painkeeper, so that you basically can get his A3 on every single turn, and then just layer in some damage. I knew this team existed. And I was just like, I just needed to figure it out. Now, I don't want anyone... Well, you can go and use it, build your team if you want. Nobody can build it until you get Emik. Hopefully, nobody's going to steal my ideas now. They probably will, but it's fine. I don't really care. All I want to do is make a video with this team and shout out my amazing community for figuring this out. Because I wouldn't have figured this out on my own. Well, I would have eventually, but you know what it's like. I haven't got... My brain capacity right now hasn't got time to really think about these things. But this is the team that me and YST were trying to figure out like the other day. We would, like, I knew it existed. I knew there was a team out there, and I just needed time outside of figuring out how to make the optimizer work to actually look at it. Like, and the good thing is because Seeker is going twice, many issues when you tend to have with 3-1 teams, you can't get the increased attack to cover the second skill in the 3-1 rotation. So when Jintora is 1 in 3-1, for example, on typical Clan Boss teams, he actually has one attack where he doesn't have increased attack. Razelvarg had 2 attacks when I was running him 4-1. So to be able to run him and have Seeker basically permanently keep increased attack up is a big deal. It's a big, big deal. So if we were to run Jintora at 176, that was the question. How big can we make Jintora at 176? We were picking this, weren't we? We were picking damage, and I think we want to go with this one. He's pretty much got the best ring he can have. Slot stats, cool. Boom, 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 boom. Let's go with decreased defense, decreased attack. We have a 6-star blessing because we have Seeker. We have increased attack. We are using speed aura, so that's all that matters. There's no other buffs going on, is there, to him? Just speed, unkillable, shield. No increased crit rate or anything else like that. Configure. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Now, here's the thing. This isn't a block damage team. Right? What do we do when we don't have a block damage team? We swap from support and we go to defense. Because now we actually can run things like counterattack. Counterattack matters. Not on Painkeeper. You don't want Painkeeper attack counterattacking. That would be disastrous. But certainly champions like Jintoro, well, if he can counterattack and get an extra A1, it's probably highly valuable, right? You know, ideally what we'd want to have is these things basically in revenge, right? Ideally we'd want revenge sets. No attack. No crit damage. 1 attack ring. Not great. That's what we would want. But because we can't, and we can't run Relentless, which is disappointing. We can't run Relentless because we would outrun the speed buff and then we would break the tune, right? If we lose the speed buff at this point per here, it's not going to get reapplied. It would break the tune. So we can't run Relentless. We can't run that. We could run Reflex because we don't really need to run the A2, right? We can turn off the A2. Technically, the A2 does deal more damage. Look at the monstrousness of this. You know, technically, the A2 has got a higher multiplier, right? So 5.8 versus a 3.8. But there is some, like, considerations here, right? So the A1 is always going to be 10% stronger because you're going to get 176, 378 because you've got Methodical. So you'll always do 10% more, which brings it up to about 194. So there is a 70,000 differential. Now, you could go Fury. That's a great option, especially new Fury. It's interesting. Or you could go... My other idea I was thinking about Ruthless Pig is, do we run Reflex? Because normally the biggest problem with running Reflex with Jintoro is you reflex yourself into a position in a 3-1 team where the A3 is attacking without increased attack. But in this situation, we don't really care. All we care about is how can we get more A3s? Well, if we can reflex an A3 back into another A3 into another... How many A3s can we get? You know? Masteries-wise, I'd probably run something like this. It's amazing how we still use this website. I really should build a new one that's updated. Like, you have an option. You don't have to run Methodical if you're not using the A1. So if we go for the Fury build, I would disable... I wouldn't disable the A2. I would use the A2 and use A2, A3 because it's a higher damage multiplier. And I would go that route. If we weren't using the A2 and we wanted to maximize with a Reflex build, then I would take Methodical, go down here. We could probably take this. Ooh, tell you what could be nasty. Emik's passive. Yeah, Emik's passive. Ooh. Oh, that could be nasty. 20% on top of Fury. He will go that to hard. That's what I'm saying. So you can turn it on, and what he'll do is he'll never A1, or you can turn it off, and then he'll A3, A1. Now, you always want to make sure you're A3ing at the start of the turn. Yeah, but his A2 is irrelevant, Gelner. He's going to A3 at the same position whether it happens or not, because basically he's getting... Emik is reducing him every single turn. So if he does his A2 here, it wouldn't have mattered because his A3 would be back anyway, because Painkeeper's doing A3 at the start. Emik is doing it. It doesn't really matter what happens, look. It doesn't even matter if the A3 is on a... Oh my god. This is why I think Reflex could be a way to go here. Look what happens if he gets a 2-turn A3. Look what's happening if he gets a 2-turn A3. Now, it's not to say that Reflex will make it happen every single time. But if you get... Look at this. He doesn't do anything other than A3. Does this work on lower difficulties, my friend? It doesn't work on hards, but who cares about hard? It works on brutal. It's probably just a different delay. Oh, I'm on the wrong team here. Sorry, I was looking at the wrong team. Brutal. Yes. Nightmare. Yes. Like, if you can get this set up with Reflex, and Reflex procs all the time, does he just keep A3ing all the time? And if that's the case, do we just go Reflex? Or we go and we use, like, the A2, right? Because the A2 would be like this. And we prioritize the A3, and we just go for Fury stacking up with this. The thing is, if we think about it, we're going 2-1. While we're doing this, let me just put more multi-battles on. We should be actually trying to do content here. Have I done all my dailies yet? Oh, I haven't even unlocked the mastery. Let's just... who needs a mastery? Painkeeper, have you got a mastery? You're 6-star now. You're up here somewhere. Yeah, you're maxed out. Someone need a mastery? Someone's bound to need a mastery. Oh, there you go. Whisper 2. Thank you. Just do this quickly, otherwise we will forget. What I wanted to check quickly... Do you know what? I'm kind of annoyed because there was a 2-star Gintoro in the shop and I could have got it. I didn't really think about it, and I could have picked that up. Do we have any new attack rings with attack percentage? I mean, nothing's really beating this ring. We'll max that out. Crit damage with attack. I know it's on small screen. I'll put it into bigger screen in a minute. I just want to see if we can get a... This one could be really good. Oh, I don't have enough. Never mind. Let's just do some glyphing here. Throw some glyphs. Do you know how long you have? It's probably going to be something like 21 days, James Fox. The old referral system was 21 days. So I'd imagine it's that. I could probably check in the code, but I'm a bit tied up at the moment. Right, that's good. That's good. While that's doing that, let's just... I've done this already today, so that's good. We've done Faction Wars. I don't need Potion Keep. Haven't done Clan Boss. Haven't done Live Arena, so we're probably going to do some of that. I've been trying to put some more effort into Live Arena just to start climbing. I know I should. Let's go slam some more in here. Don't ask me why you died, but, you know, just go do your thing. Right, so... He's doing 2 turns from turn 4. So if we think 50 turns minus 1, 2, 3, 4, so we're getting 46. So he's taking 46 actions. So right now, he's going to be doing 46 A3s. And we need to do 5 of them, right? So is it 4 of them? I always mix it up. Is it 4 or 5 of them? On every 4. So 46 divided by 4. That's going to give us 11 of these 5 hitters. Okay? What we need to work out is 50% more damage on 11 hits better than the opportunity to get more 5 hitters? That's the question we need to answer, right? So we know we're going to get 46. So Dutchy will be happy because, of course, what do we need? We need an XL. Right now, we need an XL. And what we need to go is, right, we know it's going to be 46 turns. So that means we get 11.1, right? So this is going to be an A3, no bonus, right? That's the minimum we can get. So if we're going to get a reflex proc, reflex is 40%. So that should mean he's going to take 86 actions, right? Because he's going to take 46. We ignore the first few starts, just go from the tune. He's going to take double 40-60 actions. So he's going to take 92 actions. So of those actions, we can basically say that there's a 40% chance that one of those actions will grant a thing. So if we times it by 0.6... It's the other way around. Then we should get, on average, 36 activations. I think I've done that right. It's a bit late for me to be doing math. It's not on him, though, is it, Emik? I'm pretty sure Emik's passive is any ally. I don't think it depends on his HP. I think it depends on Emik's HP. Let me see. Let me find the little bio thing. See if I can find it. We talk a lot in the in our little thing, trying to find the old screenshot because I don't want to. I can just do this, can't I? What am I doing? Emik Trunkheart images. That's what I wanted. Show me the image. It's really small. That did not help me. That is from our website. Of course it is. It's on the Fusion schedule. If you're not using the Fusion schedule, it is amazing. You know, lots of potions. That's what I wanted. That's what I wanted. When attacked, okay, so whenever an ally's HP, yeah. So it's not based on him. It's based on the ally. So whatever, Emik doesn't really matter. What the way this is going to work is if an ally is below 20% HP, they get 20% more damage. So it's fine. Yeah, so I think what we could do is basically just take out Life Drinker Denta. So allow Elva to heal us up to that 30%. Because she'll heal 10, like you heal 10% every time, right? Elva is 10% healing, yeah? I'm pretty sure she is. Yeah, 10%. So Jintoro is fine because Jintoro only takes 2 turns. So he can only heal by 10%. So if we eradicate from all of our masteries any form of additional healing and any form of internal healing, then we should only be on the exact cap. Now, I need to check Emik's passive. Is it equal or not? Because things like the mastery, a lot of people were like saying about the Cycle of Violence mastery, right? If you do 30% of a target's HP, this one here, where is it? Has a chance of, let me zoom in, it's very small here. Has a chance of decreasing the cool when you deal 30%, when it exceeds 30% of the target's max HP. When actually, it's if it's 30% or equals to 30%, right? So the question with Emik is going to be, is it greater, is it less than 20% or is it less than and equal to 20%? So if you basically have 1 HP, it probably will disable it if you heal 10% because you're going to be more than 1 HP, right? You can't, it's probably going to not work, but let's just double check that whether that 20% HP is equal to or less than. Let's see. No, it's a shield. Okay, it's less than, which is, it means that probably the second hit is not going to do 20% damage, but it's fine, right? Because in the current speed tier we've got here, I think it's here, he's doing his A3 first, so he hasn't had a chance to heal because the heal up from Elva only happens when an ally takes a turn. So as long as we do the A3 at the start here, we should be fine. And obviously Fury's kicked in at 50% anyway if we run the Fury setup. So the 20% will happen on one of them, but not all of them. So it should be okay. So as long as we don't have any other forms of healing to push us into the, you know, what we don't want to do is put Life Drinker on Jintoro because we know as soon as he's going to A3, like, it's going to be bad. Build a shield. Well, no, because we want to take damage, don't we? Turn off Pinkeeper's A2. Yeah, it is turned off. But you want a little bit of healing anyway, right? You want some healing because you want to activate counterattacks, right? You want him to counterattack because you want extra damage. So you want a little bit. Like we want Painkeeper not to counterattack. We want Seeker. Seeker can counterattack. We don't really want Elva to counterattack. I don't really know where the healing is going to go with Elva when people are low HP. If everyone's low HP, I'm not really sure what's going to happen. Elva's A1 will be a bit of a problem. Emik, does Emik heal? Shield. I mean, everyone's going to get a big shield, I guess. I probably don't want to build damage HP on Emik because we don't want big shields. Not that it'll matter after turn 25, but we want to try and get down low HP as quickly as possible. We want to be taking damage as soon as possible. So, yeah, I mean, we kind of don't want to build too much HP here because we have to use this ability. And this Earth Tendril, I don't really think that's going to matter now that it's capped at 10,000, right? It's a very small shield. So, it shouldn't be a problem. It shouldn't be a problem at all. This will be one of those teams where you have to, like, tweak little things to get really, really, really good damage. Yeah, the Painkeeper heal's disabled. Look, I've disabled the Painkeeper heal. So it's just A1, A1. We don't really have that. So that's fine. So what we don't want to take here is this, right? If we're building Mastery for Jintoro, this is out with this team because we actually have quite a lot of healing with Elva. So we want to take that and probably that, I guess, for now. Because we can't really gain any benefits in Clan Boss any other way. But what I wanted to work out was we've currently got 46. So if we go the reflex route, we can get roughly on average 36 reflex procs, right? Because if you're attacking 92 times, you're taking 92 actions, you have 40% chance per action. It's around about, you know, you just multiply the amount of actions times with 0.4 on average, you can get 36 procs. Which means if all we're doing is A3ing, it should mean that we go A3, A1, A3, A1, A3, A1, A3, A1, A. So there's only like 46 times of those actions it could reduce. So actually, what's the way it's going to work? A3, 46. So I would halve that. And the way that the rotation works is Jintoro does A3 there. Emik is doing A2 up here. Painkeeper's doing A3 here. So if we reflex proc Jintoro and then we get another turn, Painkeeper's going to drop it down. So if we get one reflex proc, it guarantees us an A3. It does mean that we don't get in the A3 in the next turn, though. It moves it, which might create problems. Do you know what? I don't know. Like, let's just do some case examples here, right? The optimizer's telling me, give or take, that one A3 right now, if we just do a battle analysis here, boom, 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 that. We needed 167 speed, 240 accuracy. We selected the artifacts we want to wear. Let's do max ascension bonus. Let's have some fun. Boom. It's going to work. Yeah, here it goes. Oh, it's chonky. It is big. It does. Only the first attack. Well, on AoE 1 or AoE 2, it doesn't really matter, right? By, like, this turn here, the Emik shield will break every single time. So it's not a problem. Because there's no healing going out, right? Sorry, this one here. Let me close this one. There's no healing going out here, right? So let's put it on spirit. Keep it keen. So there's no healing going out here, right? So the first attack of every single turn is a Jintoro A3. So as long as the first attack is full damage, then it should have the full amount. AoE 1 has not had any damage from the stun turn. Fair point. Good idea. So yes, the passive from Emik will only be on turn 10 and 11. Which is not a problem, because we're not really looking at just the Emik passive, are we? We're looking at Fury in general, right? Jintoro wouldn't have healed more than 50% by this point here. Right? In order for Jintoro to get back to full HP, he would have had to have taken, I would say, 4 turns, as long as Elva's continuous heals doesn't go on in Jintoro. Which we can probably find a balance for. We could probably make it so that, you know, that it doesn't work. Yeah, for that. For him, yeah. So. Not really a replacement. There's no way you can replace Elva. You can't tell. There's, like, Elva does block debuffs and increase speed. The only one that probably does it is, like, Tuhanarak. But even then, you can see it's, like, problems. Do you see what I mean? Like, there's problems. There's just things that Elva can do that other people cannot do. Yeah. That's why she's such a strong champion. She just enables things that other people can't enable. Because you're getting the aura, you're getting the increased speed, and you're getting the cleanse, and you're getting the block debuffs. There is no champion in the game that can do increased speed, block debuffs, and full cleanse with a 19% aura in one kit. There's no sub. Yeah, we'll just find little tweaks to figure it out, and it'll be a bit of play testing, right? We'll find the ways to make it work. But what do we got here? So 7.599. So 7,600 attack, 310% crit damage. Now, I can probably make this go stronger by sacrificing, like, I'm pretty sure at the moment, if I look at who's locked on lock 1, like Roxanne can go to a lock 2 at the moment, because we're probably going to break her. Who else we got priority 1 here that we can steal gear from? It's always good to check in. Like, we could probably take gear from Countess Lix if we wanted to, but she's quite fast, so probably not. We can take it from, like, anyone we want, really. The challenge is, if I take it from Seer, what I really need to do is put a new category, and I call it Category 5, which is basically all the champions that never can get touched. Because if I probably put him with allow everything, I would imagine it'll pull in my Seer gear, which I obviously would never do. Alright, so if we just do this, slots, doesn't need speed for sure. Definitely want crit damage. We don't do budget clan boss in this this room. Right, so you can see it's probably taken the Seer's weapon, because Seer is sitting on like kind of a nutty cruel gear. It's taken this. But if I was to basically make the world's strongest Jintoro, it would be 7.1k attack, 354% crit damage. Now keep in mind, it's a 1-star Jintoro. Right? That means that he's got another 750 attack, like 38% crit damage from blessings. Not to mention any +1ing. I'm pretty sure I can +1 the Jintoro as well. If I wanted to, for some stuff. For some fun stuff. Especially now that I got Kyoku. Maybe I can +1 him. We'll have a look. That would do about 1.7 million damage, right? So let's just put a 1.7. It's not 100% accurate, but let's put that as a benchmark for a 5-hitter. Okay? Now we know we're going to be able to do, on average, 11 of those with no bonus damage, right? That's just like the normal. We'll call that standard. Okay? If we put Fury on that, well, this would basically be multiplied by 1.5, which means this is multiplied by 1.5, right? Because it's a 50% multiplier. It's not going to be exact, because it takes about 15 turns for you to actually take enough damage that Fury actually matters. But let's just keep it around where it is right now. So that would be what Fury can give us on 5 hitters alone. Now, if we do the reflex, where I'm going to say maybe we get 5 more. Maybe we get 5, right? So maybe we get 5 more. So right now it's going to be this plus 5. It's not that far away. You know? It's not that far away from Fury. Yeah, I mean, that would be the issue, Dutchy, right? If you low roll, you could low roll his A3 into a position where he's doing the A3 on the second turn. It's the same issue you have with 3-1 teams, right? It's the same issue in the sense where he will low roll himself into a position where he's not being optimal. If you have reflex, by basically throwing the dice, you're throwing it poorly. You can sometimes throw it better and you get loads and loads of reflex procs, which means you basically have A3 going every single turn. But if you can't do that, then you run the risk that obviously you put it into a bad situation. So I would imagine, like, if we be conservative and say, actually, we're not going to have Fury up all the time. If we drop it down to a 1.4 multiplier, so we get 40% more damage to account for it, then Reflex, if it gets even just a few more hits, we're talking 5 bonus A3s. Keep in mind that 1 Reflex proc guarantees us another A3. Right? That's the value of Reflex proc. If you proc Reflex here, you're guaranteed to do it again. If I proc Reflex on this turn, I'm guaranteed to do it again. Because A2s fall in line, right? It's on a 2-turn cooldown, I'm going to go again. 2-turn, I'm going to go again, right? Pretty sure that's the way it's going to work, right? Because you can see here, if I do this, and I put this on a 2-turn, so it means if I get a reflex proc, it's happening every single turn. So it's kind of like one proc is 1 A3. So, you know, if you get it every single time, like if you think of like a really bad way of doing math and go, do you know what? I reflex proc every single time, which means I always have a 2-turn cooldown. Well, that means I'm now getting 92 A3s. If I divide that with 4, I'm actually getting 23 A3s. So it means if I times that with this, that's doing 39 million damage. Right? Then it's way stronger than Fury. It's a lot more stronger than Fury. Because even if you apply the passive boost to the Fury one, right? It's still not that much stronger. Even if we say, okay, well, look, we're not getting 92. What if we get out of 96 actions, we get 70 of them are A3? Doesn't beat it then. Then it gets a bit closer. Because it's all about how it rolls, right? If you can just get one extra turn, that can boost you. Like, what we should do is round this. Round down. Right? Because the way it's going to work is if you just get one more attack sometimes, that's a 5-hitter. 5-hitter, boom, lots of damage. So it depends on my power of my Fury and thing, right? So, for example, let's have a look. So, let's say first, I want Fury gear. Okay? We can use this estimator here. It's not 100% perfect, but it's close enough. I want Fury gear. We're going to use every piece of ability that we've got. I haven't obviously... I'm still using Laura Steel here at the moment. You know, we can obviously change that if we want to. Like, it doesn't take into account every master in every scenario. So we would get a 6,000... Oh, actually, I didn't do that right. I didn't look at the stats here, right? So this is in Fury. Okay? It's a Fury build. This would be, using all of these different gear available, a 1.8 mil? 1.84, right? So Fury build is 184,000. Okay, that's a Fury build. Now let's go make a reflex build. So that's going to be 1.8. So Fury's stronger. Not by much, but 1 5-hitter is a lot. Right, it's a lot. So that's reflex, right? So again, if we apply the principle that we've got this times that, and then if we apply the principle that we actually only have this times that, pretty non-starter, I'm thinking here. Oh, we haven't applied the multiplier yet. Hang on. My bad. Before we jump ahead. I'm doing a 1.4 because I'm assuming that it's going to take us some time to get going. You know, what we could do to be more accurate is say, okay, take it from turn like 11. It's difficult to know because the clan boss is going to take a while to ramp up damage. So if we say we take it from turn 15, right? So we get 35 actions at full damage, right? Instead, and let's just round this down. Because that's the Fury thing. The Fury has warm-up time. This is what I'm saying. I think reflex is the way to go, Dutchy. I really do. I think because of the way that the conditions are working, even if we apply another, like the Emik passive, you know, even if we reduce this number down to, say, you know, normally we'd have 46 actions. Like, how many actions do we have before that? So it's like 40. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 plus 46. So 49 actions. 12 or 46 double is 92 plus 6. So 98 actions we have in total, right? So even if out of the 98, we only get 60 A3s, because essentially every single time we proc reflex, we're going to get another A3. It's close. It's close. It's difficult to know. Now, the other thing we should take into account, I guess, is if you run Fury, you would run the A2, and the A2 does a lot more damage than the A1, right? So if we're running, say, a Reflex, we have to go, okay, the Reflex here is going to do 180, let's call it 190, right? So the A1 is a Reflex build, and that's going to do some 190s, right? So, for example, if we're getting 60 actions, and we've got 96 in total, right? 96 total is the actions. Then, of the 60, 36 of them are going to be A1s, and the A1 damage is 190. That's going to be times by 36, okay? But then we're going to times that by 1.1. That's going to give us bonus damage on top, right? That's the excess damage. But if we're running Fury set, well, there's no point running A1 anymore, because we might as well just run the A2, because we don't really care about the A2. We don't want, in Reflex, we'd want the A2 turned off so we always get the A3 to proc. But in this scenario, we would quite happily just run the A2, bag us some more damage here. That would take us up to, a bit of basic math here, 310, right? So this would be 310,000 damage, okay? And we would have total of 96 actions. Of those 96, half of them will be A2. So 48 of these. So we would be actually getting an extra bonus, 7.3 versus 504. So Fury is going to be better if the A2 is on, right? So Emik passive is allies below 20% DM and not increased damage of all allies every time they drop low. Yeah, so the damage is basically when the ally takes a damaging turn, if the ally is below 20% HP, they gain 20% damage. If they're above 20% HP, they don't get the damage. That's the way it kind of works, right? It's based on the ally's action, not when he does anything. It's when the ally takes a turn. Doesn't the A2 basically act as reflex? No, because essentially, when you use the A2, like if we look here, right? If I turn the A2 on to its 3-turn cooldown, it doesn't look... A3 is always happening here regardless, whether that's on or not, because he's Jintora's getting his A3 reduced here, and it's going to be reduced here. So he's always going to do his A3 in these positions. So the A2 is doing nothing. Basically, the A2 is just damage, right? So if we turn it off, it doesn't make any difference, right? So it's not a reflex. But the A2 does hit harder than A1. So if we're valuing Fury higher here, you can see, like, in terms of the A1 versus the A2 with Reflex versus Fury, well, A2 is going to do 7.3 million more damage. Whereas when we're looking at worst case scenarios here, even if we think best case scenarios, which is like, we're taking 96 actions, say like we get a lot of procs, every single proc gives us, say like we get something like, I don't know, 76 actions here, right? If we get 76 actions, obviously we need to reduce this damage number down because now we're not getting the rest, right? So it's like 96 minus 76. So we're only doing about 4 million bonus damage here. Now it's kind of like, okay, well, if we do the combined numbers here and basically say what's this plus this versus this plus this, and then multiply it. Fury's still beating that. I think Fury is the way to go. Would you agree, Dutchy? If we basically said this was Fury, this was Reflex totals. Even in the best case scenario, yes, the A3 beats the damage of the A2 with Fury, but because we can use the A2 in Fury, which we can't use, I mean, I don't even know if I've applied... I don't think I've applied the Fury bonus here. Hang on. I don't even... Yeah, Fury is the way to go. Like, Fury is the way to go. Like, even in the best case scenario, which is this bonus here, like, Fury's doing 8 actions, right? 8 actions is based on 35 A3s, right? So 35 A3s divided by 4 gives you 8 A3s. So what we're working out is, we're not even looking at the individual A3s, we're just looking at the 5 hitters. When a 5... We basically have 26.4 million 5-hitter damages on the Fury build. And the Reflex build, if Reflex is proccing 76 times, right? So we take 76 actions divided by 4. Wait, I'm doing that wrong. I need to go the other way, don't I? I need to reduce it down. Do I? No. What am I doing? More actions means more. Yeah, I'm doing it right. I'm being stupid. Even if we take 76 turns, and of those 76 turns, all of them are A3, we're still only getting like 19 procs, which means we're only getting 34 million. Because this multiplier, like if this multiplier didn't exist, it would be way stronger. Even if we don't have the Emik multiplier, it's still way stronger. Well, it's actually a big deal. Like the Emik multiplier is a big deal here. That's why I think Emik is really strong, right? It's a big deal. But it's still 10 million to the Fury because of the A2, right? If we take away this, we take away this. Let's be conservative here and say, okay, well, we're not going to get 48 of them at full whack, right? Let's just say that we're going to get 38 of them at full whack. It gets closer. It's really difficult. It's really difficult to know. It just depends on how you roll the dice, right? If Reflex high rolls, it'll outdamage Fury probably. But I think Fury will be more consistent. You know, Fury is consistently going to be this way. It just depends on how quickly we start getting to, like, death, right? How quickly can we actually get into the 50% realm of death? That's the question we have. Now, he'll be pretty glass cannon this build. You know, he'll have 2k defense, 33k HP. He's glass cannon. Oh, I'll tell you what we didn't do. Whack it up. Whack it up. Let's whack it up. %. 6.8. I feel like Fury. I think we'll go Fury. When we build it, I think we go Fury. The real question is, can we get this into a 3-1 Jintoro? Because then it opens up all the world of possibilities. Then the world goes crazy, right? You know, and we will have... You know, because I'm apparently the lucky with souls. We will have a Brimstone in Elva. We will have a fully stacked up Seeker. We will have a fully stacked up full soul Painkeeper. We will then have Emik. We'll have to have a look at... I don't even know what soul to put on Emik. There's no point in Brimstone, is there? Because he doesn't need accuracy. So I have no idea what soul we're going to put on Emik. I guess Painkeeper. I guess Phantom Touch, right? There's not much better to do it. There you go. We went down a rabbit warren and actually found results. This team is going to be fun to build. It's going to be fun to build. .185 speed is pretty fast, though. What? Oh, I didn't really check the speed. So now how fast you can go. I mean, it's got glyphing, right? So we can reduce the glyphing down if we need to. I didn't look here to see if we could basically find a better build with a better amulet. Does Emik even do damage? Probably not. 185. Yeah, you can't go that fast. We can cap it like 180, 179. Unless there's a relationship between another champion. It can go faster, but you just have to lift the other champion speeds up. But I'd be inclined to keep it lower, but it's probably because they're glyphing. Right, so... For example, we'll end that multi-battle in a second. For example, this build, we've got a 5 on this. Do we actually have a 5 in the game? Can we just not glyph that? Is it just finding the build because it gets us there, or is it already glyphed? That's the question we'd have to ask, you know. It is actually swapping the amulet back to this. Probably because it's got the 80 attack on it. Obviously, I would go looking to see if I can get some more accuracy here. Maybe we can, like, ascend these pieces. That will give us more attack percent. This is an old school build? No. I smell a new record. I don't know. I don't know, because although Jintoro is going to do a lot of damage, like, the Painkeeper's not going to do a lot of damage. Like, the Emik's not going to do a lot of damage. The Elva will do decent damage in Toxic. The Seeker will do decent damage, but they're not going to do, like, 60 million. So, you know, it's a lot of, like, there's a lot of things that Jintoro needs to carry to get this up in terms of good damage. You know, it's a lot of effort for Jintoro to get his damage up. But it could be cool. I mean, you know, we're looking at an estimated 39 mil there, without counting, like, the individual actions taken for, like, the A1s. So, like, if this is 38 actions on there, for example, there's, like, another 20 actions or 30 actions that are going to just be individual hits here. So he's going to be somewhere in the region of 60 to 70 million, maybe a bit higher, depending on how we can get it. That's just the case, you know? Yeah, Jintoro doesn't need to rerun at these speeds. You can literally run like a Bellinor, like if you wanted to, and just lift the speeds up. Where is it? There, see? Just like 194. And this could be anyone, right? You could basically run Dracomorph if you wanted to. Probably just need to lift it up. Right? You can run Dracomorph if you want. Be interesting to see what Emik does in terms of damage. I'm thinking of what my Seeker could currently do in a very high team, and he does about 30 million, but what I'm not equating to is that's in a block damage comp, so that doesn't account for, like, the ability to counterattack. That doesn't account for things like the ability to modify his damage by 20%, right? There's things within this team, like 20% bonus damage is basically like having another weaken in your clan boss. It's very strong. If you can activate it regularly, it's very strong. Is Emik an attack-based damage dealer? Let's have a look. I can never remember these things. I think he's HP-based if memory serves me well. Look at all these. Why are we still getting 5-star gear? Honestly. I have to do Hydra as well, by the way. We're going to have to put this on hold now and look at this when we actually can get Emik. I've got a lot to do now. There's me thinking I have time to play Diablo 4. I don't really. I wanted to play some more, but I don't have time. Just sell all this. Selling it all because it's all 5-star trash. You run stage 10 hard and look at all this gear that you get. 5-star rare, 5-star rare, 5-star legendary. Like, it's all just trash. Look at it. 5-star mythical, 5-star epic. Sell it all. That's okay. That might roll speed. It's so depressing running dungeons, honestly. I walk away from dungeons with like 4 pieces. 44 pieces. 3 items. Sucks. Have we done the ice golem? We're close. We're close. We'll have to do that tonight. We can buy a soul. Well, we don't need Painkeeper. We don't need Seeker. I guess we take a Weller out. I guess we're putting Jintoro back on the menu, as they say. Yeah, all of them, really. I mean, I've been keeping Fury gear for this moment in time. I'm pretty sure, apart from the Painkeeper, like, I'll keep Elva Autumnborn in Toxic. I don't really see any point in putting Emik in Toxic, because I'm pretty sure he's, like, HP based. So he's kind of, like, lame. And he's HP based, you're not going to do damage, so there's no point putting him in Toxic, in Fury. So I'll put him in, like... You know, honestly, I might put him in Toxic as well. I might put him in Toxic with Elva in Toxic. Just double Toxic it up. And then I'll put Painkeeper probably in Fury. I probably can get Painkeeper in Fury. Yeah, we've got a build that we're going to do. Yeah, I'm a soul hoarder. Yeah, look at my souls. Look at my souls. Enjoy them. Look at them all. Look how many 6 stars I got. Mwah. That's my second 6-star Doom Priest. Why do I want 2? Look at them. One day I'll get a Grisor. Once I get a Grisor, I have a 5-star soul for a Grisor. I wouldn't say I've spent an awful lot either. Like, this isn't me wailing. I bought like 5 soul packs in the lifetime of them. This is why you never sell a soul, see? That's how you got a 6-star Painkeeper. Can I get post links? Okay, I don't think YouTube will allow you to post a link. You can try it. So now we're basically waiting for Jintoro. Again. I saw him the other day. I should have bought him. I'm an idiot. Oh, do you know what we need to do, actually? I've just remembered. I forgot about the poll. The community challenge. Next stream, remind me, we're going to do the poll vote. I haven't got time to do it now. I've been distracted by the fusion. I totally forgot about that because of everything going on. It flashed before my eyes. Let me just check I've done everything on this account. Summon Rush. Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. Not a problem. Whatever. We'll get a few shards. This one I've got time for. It's not a problem. Ice Golem Tournament. We need to do that. We can do that tonight. It's not a problem. Spider Turn Attack. Yeah, we've done that. It's awesome. Chase. Yeah, it's a bit of a disaster. Pretty much good for all those things. I'm pretty sure I've got a Sacred Shard coming tomorrow. So I'll get the Sacred. It means I can skip an event. It's a dream. It's the best thing about this Summon Rush is I can skip an event. I don't want to do anything, so... Thing is, we can get more area bonuses as well for, like, accuracy. That's why I've been doing live arena a bit more. I've been slacking. You can see if I just did this, I would stop. Like, I get more attack. I don't really care about anything else. I don't really care about Finite right now. I'm going to max out my Demon Lord, and I want to do as much damage to the clan boss as I possibly can. I'm going to basically go accuracy up to 6, then attack up to 6, and then ignore defense up to 6. Then I'll look at other stuff. Got to get the clan boss in first, right? Maybe then, by that point, I might even be approaching gold. You never know what happens. Potentially it could happen. One thing I need to do quickly is I just need to check the progress of the free-to-play. Let's check the progress of the free-to-play. Okay. Did I get the skin? I haven't got the skin yet on this one. I just need to see where we are on this one. Oh, look, we've got those. Right. Just checking the events. I haven't done this yet. It's actually cheaper for me to do this. I should probably just do it. It wouldn't take me long. Ice Golem, pretty much the same position. Summon Rush. Again, I need to grind the hell out of that tomorrow. Dungeon Divers in a better position than the main. So we are on track. If we get the fragments from the Summon Rush, we're on track. Unfortunately, I don't have any more Sacred Shards. Which kind of sucks, but it is what it is. Dailies. That's what I didn't do. Fighting tag team and a team from 4 different affinities. So we just need to do this quickly. It's fine. 4 different affinities. 4 different affinities team. Don't. So we need to make a Force champion. We don't need you here. Put Nazana in, that'll do. Those rares are 50 in champion chase. Yes. Yes. Exactly. That's why I'm going for them. I was a bit annoyed. I was like, damn, I got the fusible rare. That kind of sucked. You know, I got the fusible rare from the summons, which is annoying because if it had been the other one, we would have been laughing. The other annoying thing is, of course, I just got Stag Knight, so I don't even need to summon for Stag Knight. It's like, that's typical. You know, Madame Cerise is still really annoying even now. I know we don't use her that much anymore because, you know, polymorph, but good lord, Madame Cerise can be frustrating to fight. See what I mean? She just totally KO'd me. Maybe I get lucky. Maybe I get lucky here. We did. Hey, cat. You got food. Let's start with this. Coming in, Gnooty boy. Gnoot the Hoot. Any idea how to beat 9-3 in normal campaign in 10 minutes? I did it with 4 people. I haven't done Nightmare campaign on this free-to-play. Normally you need like a defense-based champion to do it, but those Valkyries are nasty. I'm not gonna lie. Nice. I really need to do more of these so I keep getting these gold bars though. I've been slacking a little bit because I haven't had time. Honestly, time is the biggest commodity in my life at the moment. I just never have enough time for anything. Pull the Brogni now. I don't know whether I should build an Infinity Comp or not. Infinity Comp's not boring. I don't enjoy Infinity Comps. What? This account doesn't have Ultimate Death Knight, and even if it did, I would never use it. But he might solve your problem, right? Sorry, the cat's decided now wants attention. What? Rub your head against me, though. Oh, yeah, why not? Gnu is, like today, the most stupidest champion in the game. Let's go attack the unkillable champion. Great logic. Hey, Saf, what does more damage on 5-star Awakened Seer, PT, or Crushing Rend? Still Phantom. Crushing Rend. Seer is one of the few champions that actually has a lot of value from Crushing Rend because often your first attack in a round is going to be Crushing Rend. Like, it's going to be your Karma Burn. So, to be honest, it doesn't really matter. But, like, the 6-star upgrade is massive. Like, most people should basically be saving all of their essence until you get your 6-star Seer because it's just so game-changing. Like, the stuff you can do with a 6-star Seer, which without a 6-star is massive. A little off topic. Any idea if Aura Blessing still mess with the teams? No, they fixed that a while ago, Ruthless Pug. It should be fine now. They fixed that Aura Blessing thing. Can we kill the Reviver? Thank you. Can we actually kill the Ultimate Death Knight though? I don't think so. I don't know if we're gonna try. And we're not gonna succeed. And I really don't have time for that. Saf, I finally got a 6-star Husk Soul. Mine is built 274% damage, 260 speed. Would you even bother putting Crushing Rend on him? I would put Heaven Cast. Because I would suggest that you don't really need more damage. I would suggest Heaven Cast would help you get that Provoke out with a lot less accuracy. I would definitely recommend Heaven Cast. Because he's like an ideal Heaven Cast candidate, right? His only thing that he does is Provoke on the A1. He does stun on the A2, I guess. But in Hydra, you care about the A1 Provoke. So I think just Heaven Cast makes sense. Yeah, Stag's a massive pull for this account. Like, so big. Like, him and Geomancer are going to carry this account when I actually have time to build them. I'll probably build them in the next champion training tournament, but I didn't want to build them just yet because, obviously, if I get Emik, I'm going to need to build him into a 6-star pretty quickly. I do think if I manage to do the fusion on this account, the next problem I'm going to encounter is I can't use him until I book his A2. Just like his A3. Just like I can't use Gnut that well because I need to book his A2. So That's the only thing I'm worried about when I get, if I get the fusion, is like how long is it actually going to take me to build the clan boss team, because I need the books. And without the clan boss, you haven't got the books, right? You're basically just farming, you know, I would guess. Oh, can we stop with the unkillable? Seriously. The pulls today I got, by the way, are really big. Like, Golden Reaper will be an excellent pickup for, like, Golden Reaper will probably replace Diabolist now. That'll probably be what Golden Reaper's job is to replace Diabolist. Because she has 111 base speed, a better turn meter boost, and also has pretty good damage multipliers on the A2, so her job will basically be to replace, yeah, this one's over. To replace Diabolist in my teams, eventually. Yeah, we don't like Ultimate Death Knight. Can I even beat this team? Why does it never target the Reviver? Why is the game coded in such a way that it never targets the Reviver by default? You go through Faction War stages and it never picks the Blind Seer. It just like, it wants to pick the most egregious way on auto for absolutely no reason other than just to annoy you. I just don't understand it. Like, just make it target the most threatening object, which is the Reviver. Honestly. Just adds time to my already busy schedule. I just don't want to have to deal with it. Yeah, that's fine. I know I need a secondary nuker there. Whatever. Ironically, I have a pretty good solution for Ultimate Death Knight on my free-to-play. I just use Daihi on him. And he just dies. Mist Rider just destroys him. Wow, cool. Can I kill the Warlord? Wow, you took my skills off. Wow. Yeah, it's almost like it's coded to avoid the Revivers every time. It avoids the Paragon every time. It avoids the block damage champions every time. It's just like you're just coding us into a state of like discontent and unhappiness. That's cool. Done. 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 What are we going to do here? Haven't done Clan Boss yet, so we'll have to do that. Fight 1. Faction stage 1 rare champion. Alright, let's just go blast this quickly. So quiet when I'm molding. Well, not so well, I don't know about that, mate. I don't know about that. I get so annoyed with sim. Like, it's just like common sense. It's like, it's not like, it's a principle of game design. You don't make it harder by annoying your player base, right? It's an issue in Diablo 4 a little bit. It's like everyone's getting annoyed because the game takes a little bit longer. It's like it's not harder because it takes me an extra 5 minutes to do something. It's annoying. And that doesn't make me want to play it more, or it doesn't help me. It doesn't create a challenge. It just annoys the hell out of me. What do you want? It's a microphone. Hello. All right. We're having attention, are we? Come on in. Nope. Come on. You're sticking your butt in the air and you're disrupting the stream. Did they rearrange the gem shop? Gem shop? She's just going to stare in a corner now. Don't ask me why. She's been in a funny mood all day. Yeah, I mean, even like Mist Rider Daihi will use his A2 if there's no decreased defense, even if even though he's got a guaranteed extra turn on his A3 that gives him increased accuracy, which helps him place his decreased defense. He does the decreased defense first. It's like, why? Your A3 gives you increased accuracy, increased attack, and guarantees you an extra turn. So you should code it like, do the logical thing, which is I want you to do A3, not A2 into A3, because now it's just like, it's dumb. It's so dumb. It's so dumb. I'm like, why? It's just so dumb. Is it better to farm 20 or 21? If you need the materials, 21, but I don't need the materials, so there's no difference in glyph drop rates between 20 and 21, so you can just farm whichever one you feel better with. Obviously, when it's clan versus clan, you should try to do 21. You get a lot more points, so... Hey, I was wondering in Shoguns, I have an issue where once he gets to 35 stacks, the Blessed Bash on Knut does literally... Is that part of the skills? Because I couldn't find it. Yeah. One of the Shogun's passives, Titan, the really long one, the lots of worded ones, that is... that's got like every 10 stacks, it does something different. And after 30 stacks, it stops enemy max HP damage. So any enemy max HP after 30 stacks doesn't work. So you should not... You don't really want to be at higher than 20 stacks. If you're higher than 20 stacks, your team will probably die. So don't go any higher than 20, ideally. But yeah, it's one of the passives. You'll find it. It's a really long text when it has it on things. If you want, go to the website. Because we have a Shogun guide and it kind of breaks it down a little bit easier for you to digest. Like the guide strategy tells you where it's happening. So... I hate when in stage 21 faction was wave 2 there is champions with unkillable and arbiter refuses to aid to them. Yeah. Paragon, mate. Paragons. I have to watch High Elves is even worse because I think 20 has Blind Seer and 21 has Paragon. So you can't even like you can't even pick another way. I need to do clan boss after this on this account. We're basically 2 key in Nightmare now. If it's Force Affinity, it's even good. Right, that's enough. So we need to do 1 rare on Faction Wars. Got it. That seems like a fast one. Crack it open. I really need to go to bed. It was a fun stream as always. Have a good one. Night Acrobat. Thanks for hanging out. Yep, it was fun. Paragon cheese on Nether Spider. Oh, do you know what? When I was pulling those Void Shards earlier, I was praying for a Paragon. Paragon will give me access to so many different things in this game. So many different things. It will give me access to the Unkillable for Nightmare campaign. But alas, we did not get it. I haven't really put much focus into Faction Wars on this account yet. I'm still like focused on Clan Boss before I start going anywhere in Faction Wars, so we just kind of do what we can do. Just gets it done, you know. Is it enough for Orcs Faction Wars to simply use Artak and everyone dies? Well, obviously yes and no. It depends on like how good your Artak is going to do it. Like if he's in a stun set, maybe. If you put Artak in a stun set, in a fast stun set, you could probably solo it. As long as enemies are stunned. Obviously bosses will be difficult. You'll have to figure that out. Is it weird I have like 0 Barbarian DPS that are even good? There's loads of good ones. There's Yakal. There's Alika. There's Rorik. There's another one. There's another epic I'm thinking of and I cannot think of it. War Maiden's not a bad DPS either. So Cronum, yeah, it's not bad. That'll do. I don't really care about these rewards right now. Let's see. Suwa is a great DPS. Hoskril hits really hard. Hoskril is one of the hardest defense-based epics in the game. Hits really hard. Really, really good champion. We've got... Wode's not that great. Farrakhan's pretty good damage dealer considering all the debuffs he does. Alika is one of the hardest hitting clan boss champions in the game. Harken is one of the hardest hitting champions single target in the game as well, so Harken does good damage. You've also got then Turvold, Jetney's great damage, Golden War Maiden, Altan's great damage, Scylla the Drake's is great damage. If you build all these for damage, they'll do a lot. I think they're pretty good. Clan boss. I don't even bother setting up a tier and I just let it run auto. We'll see how it goes. It's dumb. Like I was talking to YST earlier. This new clan boss feature, it's just like, it doesn't really make sense to me why, because I can't one key on my free to play, I can't use the feature, but because other people can, they're allowed to, right? It baffles me because what are you trying to prove? I know the argument back will be, well, we want players to learn the game mechanics. We don't want them just auto-complete. I'm like, well, why did you make the game mode then? Like, if you don't care about, like, the people, the way I argued it, the people who need the autocomplete battle are the people who can't one key, because they essentially have to run multiple keys, which means they're running multiple long clan boss teams, which means it takes a long time. So the people that actually need the new game mode are the ones that can't use it, and then the people that can use the game mode probably don't even care that much, because like my main accounts can probably get the Ultra Nightmare done in like 10 minutes. It's not a problem. It's baffling to me the way that they've set it up. I also don't like the fact that it can jump to Void from Void straight away. I feel like they need to update it so that the first 3 to 6 hours of a clan boss is always Void. And then after that, it can change. And then open it up to everyone. What does it matter if I can one key or not? If I just want to auto-complete a battle, you've made the system now, you're going to have to let it go. Like, I just don't get it. Like, what are you teaching me about one key that I don't already understand? Either your philosophy is you don't want people to just auto-complete the game, which means you shouldn't have released this feature, or you let people auto-complete the game and give it to everyone. You can't have it like, oh, well, we want to educate players to learn the mechanics. I'm like, they're auto-completing. They don't care. What happens if they one key at once, and then the next 4 times they go, oh, I don't really know how I one keyed, I just got lucky maybe, and the next 4 times they auto-battle, they don't get a one key. They haven't learned anything. They haven't educated it. This is, just because it's a disabling of the feature, it doesn't mean they've learned anything. It's the same thing with like the, why is the Forge Pass like level locked? It doesn't make any sense. Why is auto upgrading in artifacts level locked to level 40? You're not educating me in any way. Just because I have to watch an animation or not watch an animation, you've not educated me on how to use it properly. It just is baffling to me that the logic for the argument is, oh, well, you know, we don't want to, we don't want people to get away with it too soon. This affinity is actually really bad because we're not going to have decreased attack out, so we're probably not going to one key this. I'll tell you what I should do, depending on how it goes. If we get wiped here, I might swap in Artak, because we'll have decreased attack out more regularly. Ooh. As long as we get like 15 mil, I can probably do the other one with enough damage. It's both. No. That's bad. That's bad. Bad. Yeah. Bad run. Let's just go and repeat that. I mean, I could try it on Ultra Nightmare, but I won't even get anywhere near top chest, so it's not worth it. If I just run, I could take Hospital out or Decum. But Artak. Probably Hospital, I guess. Just run like that. We don't really care. Yeah, why have we got free regroup in Clan Boss? Why do I have to restart the game? You got it in Hydra, just apply. Copy, paste. Please. Wait, did Artak not apply decreased attack? Wait, Artak decided to use his skills in the proper rotation. What the hell happened there? Well, to be fair, Neo, they had a principle for quite a while, which was we don't want to become an auto-click game, in the sense that they don't want it to be like the mobile games where you basically just tap a button and they do it, right? There's no, you just keep tapping the button, like a little bit like the Lord of the Rings game we played like a while back, where it's almost like just keep pressing the button and eventually it'll be done. You need to go get more resources. Okay, now press the button again. They actually wanted it to be a combat driven, which I applauded them for. I think it was the correct idea, and like they pretty much had that as a red line for quite a while. But for some reason now we've decided to breach the red line, and you know, I was pretty negative about it. I still am. I'm not a fan of the system. I get the time saving. I felt like there would have been a better time spent trying to make it like ×4 rather than autocomplete. Personally, I would not have wanted to breach the fundamental policy that is, we do not want you to autocomplete anything in this game. I would have preferred to have kept that personally, but you know, it's fine. I understand it's been a big time saving for everyone. Yeah, it really annoys me that I can't free regroup on Clan Boss. It's annoying. The only good thing with Artak in this team is we get decreased attack all the time. So, he's not the best damage dealer, but burns will help. Yeah, when people... That's the thing, like, people have... I don't think people are fully appreciative of how nuts, like, Hydro Clash is going to be. How difficult it's going to be to compete. When people are just, like, dropping billion keys with Trunders and stuff, like... I know some people are like, oh, well, you know, that's, like, a really strong team. It's like, yeah, but that's the extreme case. Like, take 40% of that damage away and you still got to beat that. I just don't like the fact that Hydro Clash incentivizes you to do the worst, like, the easiest difficulty. How does that make sense? Just like, it should incentivize high value, like, quality teams. It shouldn't incentivize the easiest option possible. Now, some people might argue, well, to actually enable it's quite hard, which is fine. I appreciate that. But I still think it's a bit like, I don't know. Whoa, this is hurting. Can we do enough damage? Needs to hit like 20 mil. Deacon's taking the stuns, which means I keep losing leech and stuff, which is not great, but it's fine. Not really because of his passive. I've just got here because I know he's built. I just need to run stuff, basically. I've still got to do Hydra on the main account. Time is the highest commodity for me. Yeah, look, it's just gonna have to be what it is. Spirit Magic Affinity is not great because it's 3 Spirit Nukers and it reduces like nukes damage. It is what it is. Are you not doing manual canvas? Are you not manually doing canvas? Yeah, I still manual canvas, yeah. I don't use the auto feature. I think maybe I've used it once for Nightmare because I had like 4 minutes. It's close. It's not gonna it's not gonna 2 key, but it'll get me like second chest. It'll do. It'll do. Yeah, Doom Tower is really good. It's a shame they won't do more Doom Tower content. I actually really think that's... Like, of all the releases they've had in the game, I think Doom Tower was probably the most successful piece of content they gave. And the reason mainly why is because it's worth doing. Like, as fundamentally crazy as that sounds, the rewards from Doom Tower are worth doing, which means players feel motivated and encouraged and enjoy doing the content. Whereas when it's something like Sand Devil, where they feel like they basically get nothing for it, they're less motivated. When it's stuff like, you know, oh, hey, we've released a turn-based tournament and we're going to give you 1 tier 1 stone. It's like, great. Can't wait to get started. That's why I was surprised that the actual skin was not some sort of win the turn-based tournament. It actually took me by surprise. Stuck on floor 70. I mean, if you think about it, every month Doom Tower gives you tons of energy, sacred shards, a legendary book, if you're doing hard, that is. It's like so many good resources. Gives you access to the best sets in the game, because Lethal is the best set in the game, Fortitude is one of the best resistance sets in the game, Guardian is one of the best defensive sets in the game. You know, gives you access to all those. Night Neo, have a good evening. I won't be much longer now. I'm feeling the burn of the day. We'll probably finish this clan boss team and then end, and then I'll go do Hydra off stream. Because I have to do, I think, Nightmare and Brutal today. It's brutal. No time, no rest for the wicked, eh? Yeah, Champion Fragments too. And those epics are some of the best epics in the game. Like Dark Hail is still one of the best epics in the game. Archmage Helmet is one of the best epics in the game. You've also got people like Gwyneth, one of the best healers in the game. Not many people use her, but I think she's a really good champion. Got champions like Leburga, really, really good speed champion. One of the best epic champions for Dragon. 10 hard, you know. Leburga's passive is really good. On the legendary side, you've got people like Gomlock, great champion. One of the best like turn meter control champions on the A2, pretty good for Dark Fae. You've got Val, one of the hardest hitting clan boss teams champions. Not really had a chance to look at Jinro yet. Barsatha, if you got him a lot earlier, would be a really good progression legendary, but it just takes so long to get him, he kind of falls out of favor eventually. Arost, best champion for Scarab. Like, there's so many good, like, champions in Doom Tower that you can get. And it was also different because it wasn't just like, oh, hey, go here, get a shard, and then you have a chance of getting what you want. It was actually a, you know, it might take you 3 months, but then you get a free champion. And it was something to work towards, and each secret room would require a challenge. It's a bit like Faction Wars inverted. It was really good. It's just a shame now that all the secret rooms are was it a glorified, hey, have 50 of this. It's like, amazing, thanks. I really just didn't want that. I'm going to hit like 12 mil. It is what it is. I like how you get Uros from Doom Tower and he helps you in Doom Tower. It makes sense, doesn't it? We need more of that. Just like, you know, you do Hydra to get, you know, PvP sets, and you do PvP to get bonuses for PvE. You know, those things totally make sense. Yeesh. Oh well. Not our day today with Clan Boss. Once Knut is actually booked on his A2, I'm pretty sure I can move up to Ultra Nightmare. But the A2 not being booked with like the 100% chance in the cooldown just makes it impossible. Wait. Oh, I missed. Well, rip that refill. Fun times at the Orient Express. So sorry, it's only a refill. Oh, look how arena's brutal. Look at it. Brutal. Brutal. Anyway. Oh, I should probably do Hydra on here as well. Probably do that. You know, we do have Provoke champions now. Like, we picked up, who did we pick up today? We picked up the new Hyena. This new Provoke Hyena. Might be a good champ to throw in here quickly, actually. Got Fodbar, Ruella. We picked up some really good epics today. It'll take time to build them up. We probably just do this, though. Do that. Do that. Probably do that. Probably do that. Just need to get enough damage to get this done. And that, I guess. See how it goes. Who do we pick on? Let's go pick on this head. Probably should have done A2, but we would have had, like, provoke. Oops. Oh, I've been on small screen the entire time. I thought I was on game mode. Ah, you can tell I'm tired. There's the problem. Did I not have enough accuracy on you? 134. I don't need that much, do I? Maybe I need like an accuracy aura in here. Maybe I have to misread a die here. But then I don't have enough speed, probably. We'll find out. We'll find out. How do people build Ragashi for live arena? Isn't he just bad with all those debuffs? Kind of makes no sense to build him accuracy. Yeah, I mean, you can. Yeah. It's just a problem, like... If I run accuracy aura to make her land the provoke, I don't have enough speed. And if I take this champion out... Jag, I think, is actually quite interesting because of his ability to provide decreased crit rate. Please provoke. Thank you. I guess we just smack some heads. Right. We're all in for Gnut. Gnut, do your thing. Oh, I'm an idiot. I shouldn't have activated the burns. Ah. One day. I'm tired. I don't want to do. Hey, vey. Boost. Drop defense. Weaken. Provoke. Nice. Just smack for some damage. We'll have to see a bit of AoE damage. Smog. It's fine. There we go. We got a bit of an extension. Can we get another one? No. Damn provoke. I think I'm just gonna have to smack it. I'm gonna just have to smack it without decreased defense because they're all in the wrong order. Smack the head without decreased defense. Probably do a lot anyway. It's probably capping out his max HP. Oh, I mean, he can't one key, but he can get the first chest. That's all I want. All I'm after is the first chest, so... Oh. There we go, 1.49. That's all we needed. Good old one key. Yeah, Myth. That's it. Keep results 1.5 mil. I should do it. Nice. Oh, what's not enough? I thought it was enough. God forbid should this be easy in my life. How much did I need? Like 200k? Right, it's fine. Let's just burn you up. That should do it. That should do it. Wait, why is she weak hit? Oh, it's negative affinity. Whoa, that's a big hit. We survived. Everyone's alive. Okay, we've lost two. We lost two. Everyone's dead. Everyone's dead. It's all over. It's enough, though. It's fine. Whoa. What does that get me? Does that get me 2 points a mil? Hey, we get the second chest. That's an improvement. We don't just get the first one. We got the second one. It doesn't make any difference to our ability to get fragments, but we'll take it. The other thing I need to do is I need to pick up some clan quests because I haven't done that yet. Because what I want to do is probably go get this void shard. I might clan hop just to get the void shard because we're not really anywhere near level 13 at the moment. So I'll probably be looking to... Like, do we have anything in here? Is there any easy wins in here? Or the clan yeeted all the easy ones. Clear the spider's den. No. Claim the reward for last milestone. That's not going to happen. Okay. Oh, we got to do... Fire Night this week, don't we? But not until after I have to clan hop. So that one we could do when I come back. How much do I need? How much is this? 900. So I need... probably Hydra tomorrow on reset. That'll give me probably a couple of clan gold. That'll probably give me enough. And then something out of here, right? Upgrade an epic or legendary champion from the night revs. Get a void epic champion. None of these are pretty good either. I mean, they're pretty awful. Hydra will give me the stuff though, won't it? Hydra will give it to me. This is pretty easy as well. Win a total of 10 rank 5 or rank 6 artifacts from my Golem Peak. Yes, please. Gotta do that now. Right. I'm going to end it there, guys. I am super tired. It's just hitting me like a wall. I need to do 2 more Hydra battles on my main before the reset. And I got to do Ice Golem tournament on both counts, like the last 200 points. This is going to be a long night. Why am I doing 2 fusions? Why am I doing 2 fusions? Oh. How many ancients do you think we'll need for the chase? Well, the good news is it's like times 2 ancients, so a lot less than normal. Because it's not a times 10, like times 2 ancient, it's probably the easiest chase you can do because you do just get more, you know, if you get unlucky, you don't do well. But as long as you get like epics, you're pretty close. So like at least 20 or 30, I think is probably gonna get you far. But we'll see how, we'll have to see what it is. I mean, what we don't know is are they going to adjust it up like they did the last fusion because we're going to have like a couple of the gun girls that we can actually summon. But yeah. So you're doing 3. Oh, Lord above, James. You must be losing your mind. Watch the 5k points though. It won't be 5,000. It might be 3,000 again. But yeah, we'll have to see. They'll probably lift it by about 700 points again, because I think you'll probably be able to get like 3 of the epic champions by the champion chase. Maybe 2 or 3. So they'll lift it by the amount you can probably get, I'd have thought, because let's face it, they've lifted everything up a lot. I swear someone there thinks that just because there's a turn-based tournaments going on, that must mean we're going to be running a lot more tournaments. Like, no, we're really not. We haven't got the luxury of being able to run more. We're running the bare minimum to get that Dungeon Divers done. So, anyway, guys, it was a pleasure. I'm glad we found the Emik. Big thanks to Gelner and Geek Bait. I remembered your names. I will, as soon as I get it, do a video on this. It's going to be fun. It's going to be amazing. I'm really looking forward to it. It's good, really, because I kind of have to manually rock someone. I kind of want to break that. We also need to like build the community one as well, which I haven't forgotten about. So maybe we'll do the community one first, then build this one so that we don't mess it up. Anyway, have a nice evening, guys. It was a pleasure. I'll catch you on next stream. Hopefully back on Thursday. Normal streams. Hopefully. We'll see.